Jehovih Chronicles with your host, Cosmon Cal.
And an outstanding police force. But Democratic politicians haven't let the police do their job.
And they don't assimilate well into the Swedish culture and society, and they're unemployed, and they're poor. So you add all these factors together, and their youth are feeling marginalized and don't speak Swedish very well, so they don't get jobs or get into the Swedish youth culture either.
But not everyone is hostile.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my cousin lives in Melbourne.
Many locals are polite and friendly.
Take care.
And happy to talk.
It's good.
Yeah.
I'm very happy there.
But what happened next changed everything. The police leave, and as we prepare to go, young men masking their faces arrive.
Good, you're doing good.
You're doing good?
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
Take it easy.
Okay, you too.
And attack.
Go. Mate, go!
Excuse me. Please. No, we are leaving, but you don't need to hurt us. There's no need to be unkind. Hey,
Don't do it.
The gang's attention turns when a local intervenes and drives his mobility scooter into the most violent attacker.
Move. We've been individually attacked.
After two migrants assaulted a security guard. And then a migrant was stabbed to death there earlier this year. Remember that. Adams also changing his tune on the city's sanctuary status as the Big Apple faces a migrant crime wave. Watch.
I don't believe people who are violent in our city and commit repeated crimes should have the privilege of being in our city.
New York is just another deep blue bastion, having an about face when it comes to crime and a lack of punishment. Suddenly they want punishment. As Governor Kathy Hochul sends in the National Guard to subway stations amid a spike in violent crime. Look at this headline. Ironically, the New York Times was among the first to report this development. Suddenly, the governor wants to get some law and order. But remember during the so-called Summer of Love 2020, when Senator Tom Cotton of Arkansas penned an op-ed on request, and he called for the use of the National Guard to bring law and order to the big cities? Well, to say it caused controversy is a major understatement. It sparked a mutiny among Times staffers and resulted in several editors being pushed out of their jobs, fired, rather than defend the expression and the free expression that the author had published, and may I add, was asked to publish. Now, the Times buckled to the pressure and amended the story with an editor's note condemning the piece, reading in part, after publication, this essay met strong criticism from many readers and many Times colleagues, prompting editors to review the piece and the editing process. Based on that review, we have concluded that the essay fell short of our standards and should not have been published. I know, my head's still spinning too.
Take a look at your screen right now as more violent incidents involving migrants are happening in the New York City area. Fox's CB Cotton has been following this and joins us live from New York with the details and more of that video. CB, good morning. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Hi, Josh. Good morning. Yeah, once again, a violent encounter between NYPD officers and some of the migrants here in the city is captured on video, this time from inside a shelter on Randall's Island. It's just the latest in a series of violent encounters, again, between officers and some migrants in the city. In the scuffle, you can see some officers are clocked in the head with a backpack, water bottles, and other items while trying to make an arrest inside that shelter. New York City Mayor Eric Adams has sort of stayed more tight-lipped on this one, but he says the circumstances are under review. And yesterday he said this is what happens when work visas are not expedited. He also called on Washington for more help.
Yes. And anytime you have 3,000 people who are placed in an environment that they cannot work, they have to sit around all day, things like this have the potential to happen. And I've said this over and over again.
Wilson Juarez and Kelvin Servita Arocha in court today in Lower Manhattan are members of the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua, according to ICE. The two are part of the migrant mob accused of beating and kicking two NYPD officers in Times Square last month. ICE telling me today that Juarez should not have even been in the U.S. A judge in El Paso, Texas, ordered him deported a year ago. Now they, along with 5 others in this case, are behind bars at Rikers. Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg asking the judge for bail since the suspects have been indicted.
Our criminal justice system did its job. These individuals are all behind bars where they belong.
After their initial arrest, Juarez and Arocha were released without bail by DA Bragg, along with Yorman Reveron and Darwin Gomez Esquiel. Esquiel was arrested again this week and charged with shoplifting at a Macy's in Queens.
And most people agree with that. Adams' remarks coming after the murder of Georgia nursing student Laken Riley, her accused killer, a Venezuelan national who illegally entered the United States in September of 2022 through El Paso, Texas. ICE says he was arrested in New York City last August, but he was released before ICE could actually issue a detainer. Joining me right now with the facts of what's going on is NYPD Chief of Patrol, John Schell. Chief Schell, it's great to see you. Thank you so much for coming in.
My pleasure.
I want to talk to you about what's going on with this. You're seeing a new crime wave. There are 175,000 migrants in New York right now. Tell us about this new crime wave that you're experiencing.
Well, what we've been seeing with the migrants and the crime wave, if you will, is robberies and purse snatches on mopeds, which we took care of. We'll talk about in a moment. We're seeing pickpockets on the train, pickpockets in Times Square. We're seeing domestic violence. And most recently, we're seeing mob-like activity. People going to stores, Bloomingdale's, Sunglass, LensCrafters just the other day, snatching glasses and fleeing the store.
I saw that video of the same thing at an Apple store.
Correct.
They go in like a mob and they just start taking everything.
Correct. So this is what we're seeing right now. But just like any other crew, if you will, a group of people, we don't care who you are. But when the moped robberies and purse snatches were taking effect earlier this year, we arrested all of them. And guess what? We don't see it anymore. So we have some crews with the migrants committing crime. We're going to deal with them like any other crime wave we have and put them in jail. And quite frankly, what the mayor just said, if you come to this country seeking the American dream, and while you're waiting for your status to be upgraded, and you're committing violent crimes against New Yorkers or this country, you should be put in jail. And once that term is over, you forfeit the right to the American dream and get out of our country.
Well, Brian, I find myself in an unusual position. For once, I have to agree with the New York Times. My op-ed didn't meet their standards. It far exceeded their normally low, laughable standards. And you've seen that at work again this week. Kathy Hochul has had to deploy the National Guard and state troopers to keep New York City subways safe. And this time, the New York Times is praising her, saying it should happen. So when they're worried about street crime in their community, they want to send in their troops. But when you had BLM riders and Antifa rampaging through other city streets and committing arson and rioting and looting, then they thought it was a historic crime of epic proportions to even suggest we should use troops to restore order, as has happened in the past, for instance, when George Bush had to do it during the Rodney King riots. But it's not just the New York Times, it's Kathy Hochul and Mayor Eric Adams, and before him, Mayor Bill de Blasio, for letting street crime get this far gone. For many years, New York City was one of the safest big cities in the world because you had a series of strong mayors and police commissioners and an outstanding police force. But Democratic politicians haven't let the police do their job, keep the city safe for innocent civilians. And now it's gotten to the point where they do have to send in the National Guard. That's an indictment of Democrats on crime.
Two things. We have to prove beyond Election Day that Democrats really care about crime, number one. And number two, it's going to take a long time and a lot of apologizing to get the police force back up to strength in these major cities.
And then the other area that's been developing with crime is at one of the biggest shelters, which is on Randall's Island in the city. It's a men's shelter, and where they try to officers have been called in to try to break up fights, and then they end up turning, because there's so many of them, they end up turning on the police officers and attacking them. And so the NYPD has been extremely busy trying to get them, trying to arrest them. And actually, some of these cases, with the case that you were just showing, with the robberies, the moped robberies, that robbery ring there, of 62 documented incidents, which means there were probably more where people just didn't even bother to report them. So the police are doing their part. They're arresting them.
And I'm thinking, why isn't this guy on a plane back to wherever he came from right now? What is he doing, giving us the finger now?
A complete slap on our face. And also gives the migrants who are here, who want to seek the American dream, who want to work, who want to contribute, gives them a bad name. We're talking about a small group of people, not the whole 170,000. But we're going to deal with it. And you're not going to harm New York City. You're not going to harm this country. We're going to try to put you in jail like any other group. And like I said, you forfeit that right.
Well, the NYPD seems a lot tougher on this. You're dealing with it. You're in the front lines than the judges, than the DAs. Do you think you're resonating? Because I know that as soon as you said this is about no consequences, I notice all of a sudden we hear a comment from Kathy Hochul, and all of a sudden we start hearing comments from other people. You and your team are doing this every single day. Do you think you're resonating and changing what's going on in terms of the DA level?
Sometimes. Let's talk about recidivism. Okay, I'm going to give you two critical stats here. We talk about retail theft. In New York City in 2023, 542 people were locked up for theft. Were locked up 7,600 times. How in God's name does this happen? We saw last week the transit conductor sliced on his neck. One more inch, we're having a different conversation. All right, doing his job. Last year, 38 people locked up for assaulting transit workers, mostly conductors. They were arrested a combined 1,100 times. What is going on? What has changed? I'll tell you what's changed. Bail reform changes. Now, some parts of bail reform is good.
Yeah, Brian, I join you in saying good riddance. I wish these companies had never gone into China. I've urged many of them to exit China. They can find ways to make profit elsewhere. We don't need to prop up the Chinese communist economy. But it's not enough just to rely on China to stop using American technology. Right. We have to make sure that they're not stealing our technology or stealing the technology of our allies. So, for instance, in the growing field of artificial intelligence, we have to ensure, again, that China is not taking advantage of American ingenuity, or in some cutting edge fields like semiconducting microchips. Sometimes there's just one or two companies worldwide that make the machines that can manufacture those tools. We have to work with those companies and the countries in which they're located to ensure that as China claims it wants to get off Western technology, it's not also stealing Western technology.
So you, a guest on our show like you that we value and a great radio host, thinks that you should be the VP. He looked at your background. He said, quote, and I'll just put it up on the screen. And he's the best choice because hard America versus soft America election. There isn't a more hard-nosed elected official in the U.S. than Tom Cotton, not named Trump. Cotton is a realist who relentlessly stays on message and avoids mistakes and takes it right at his political opponents. And he goes on. Have you thought about being asked about number two? Are you being vetted? And how do you feel about that?
Well, Brian, I respect Hugh Hewitt greatly. He's certainly right that Arkansas is the best of hard America, and I try to be a strong, hard voice for hard Arkansans who are patriotic and believe in faith, family, and freedom. That said, President Trump will make his own choices about the vice president and ultimately about cabinet. My focus for this next 9-month period outside of my work in the Senate will be making sure President Trump wins his election, that we win a majority back in the Senate, and that we hold the majority in the House so we can deliver real change for the American people starting next year.
Right. You decided not to run this year because your kid's a little young, but maybe if you kept him in Washington.
Because pre-2020, we didn't have this issue of recidivism. We could deal with it. Now it's harder and harder, and it's hurting our city. And you want to know why transit crime is up? Recidivism.
Unbelievable. This is the kind of conversation that is going to change things. Thank you for being so adamant about this and for telling the truth and for fighting for New Yorkers. That's what you and your team are doing. We've got this new John Jay College of Criminal Justice study on bail reform. It finds the number of repeat offenses increased as a result of the New York soft on crime policies. In the suburbs and upstate, 66% of those released under bail reform with a recent prior arrest were arrested again within 2 years. How do they not know this? You just said this. You live it. Nearly half of the defendants were rearrested for a felony. Under New York's current bail law, there is no money, bail, or jail time for most misdemeanors.
These debit cards, I think the salt in the wound, because you have to understand, too, there's a lot of destabilization going on in communities. There are these shelters, what they're calling shelters, are really hotels where they're renting these rooms for up to 30 days for these, for the migrants. And in the borough of Queens, you couldn't get a hotel room if you were traveling in from Kennedy Airport because they're being used for these migrant shelters. But they don't eat there; they eat other places. There's all sorts of ancillary type of disruptions to the daily life and business of New Yorkers that is really wearing on them. But when the mayor said he's doing a $53 million pilot program to give migrants $13 a day prepaid debit cards, that was really the final straw to people, because they were just like, why are they getting debit cards? We have New Yorkers going to food banks, to try to make their food supply last until the end of the month, and they can't get a debit card.
Y'all sub, like, share, man. Hit that like button, man. Share this on your live streams and your platforms, man. We just gonna keep cooking, man. This 126. We're just getting into the and the immigration crisis that we see going on here in America today, man. Be careful, man. I believe what we actually seeing is an invasion. You know what I mean? This may truly be plotted out on some UN status type stuff. And many of these so-called immigrants, right, and I believe may truly be, in fact, allegedly, they may truly be, in fact, UN troop sleeper cells. The UN, the United Nations sleeper cells. So look, we just gonna keep building. I ain't gonna do no whole bunch of talking today. We just gonna show what's out there, man. Keep your eyes open. You dig what I'm talking about? Love, light, and balance out there to the faiths. It seems Nazarenes. You dig what I'm talking about? All the children of the light. You know what I mean? Shout out to the Vedics. Shout out to the Chinese and Russian. You know what I mean? Shout out to all my brothers in South America. Love y'all too, man. Let's just keep going. We're going to show a little Haiti today, too. See what's going on down there in Haiti. If y'all not abreast of that, we're going to show that. But this is Cosmon up early cooking. Let's go.
They can't get assistance like that they can spend on basically whatever they want. They're saying, well, it's only going to go for food, baby items, that type of thing. But there's no way of tracking it at all. So, Janae, a lot of anger building up on the part of many people across the board from all different walks of life. And I have to tell you, from all different backgrounds, people are just like, why is this going on? We were already facing a homeless crisis here in New York City. And then we have the same number of people, over 60,000 undocumented immigrants coming into New York City as we do homeless people in the shelters. And there's probably more than that because nobody's keeping track. It's basically like the federal government said, well, the southern border, we're just going to leave the door wide open. You would never do that with your house because it would be, who knows who would come in and what they would do. But that's what's happening. And New York is one of the cities that's paying a very, very high price for that.
And nonviolent felonies leading up to trial. So, Chief, that's the point. There's no consequences.
Correct. And there's no consequences. And you have recidivism. Do whatever I want. No, we can't have this anymore. We have to go after recidivism. You just gave out some great stats. I'll give you one more. People locked up for felonies. 60 days later, they're locked up for another felony. What world is this that we're living in? When the process works, it's fantastic. When there's a breakdown of the process, you know what stuff is? the everyday New Yorker going to work and about their business.
Yeah.
I'm a New Yorker. I'm a cop by day. I'm a family man at night. I have children out in the streets working, taking the trains like everybody else. I suffer from this also.
Yeah.
You know, enough is enough. We are going on the offensive. We're going to start calling people out respectfully. Do your job. If everyone does their job, I'm not here talking to you this morning.
I'm so glad you said that. Chief, I want to get your take on something that a senator told me is about to blow up, and that is human trafficking. And I want to see what you're seeing in that regard. I spoke with Kansas Senator Roger Marshall on Sunday, and he told me that the Chinese Communist Party is working with the drug cartels, and they're getting people in over the border. And then once they're in America, they need to pay up. They need to pay the drug dealers. And how are they paying up? They're working in these massage parlors. Here's Roger Marshall. Watch this.
Dave's Hot Chicken just dropped a Nashville hot cauliflower. They're calling it Dave's Not Chicken. This looks very promising. This is amazing. Highly, highly recommend trying this. Mmm.
Anyone with $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans may qualify for help from National Debt Relief. Minimum payments could literally keep you in debt for decades. $10,000.
We're seeing an explosion of human trafficking. The Chinese Triad, which is an organized crime unit, a multinational, been around for hundreds of years, is behind this. And wherever you're seeing fentanyl trafficking, you're going to see human trafficking explode as well. We have more massage parlors than we do Starbucks now in Kansas. And certainly I think that can be said in most every state. So this Chinese Triad, I mean, they are sophisticated. Your listeners need to understand that this is not the dirty workers like the cartel. The cartel is doing the dirty work, but the Chinese Triad is very sophisticated, Harvard-trained lawyers, Harvard-trained accountants that master the money laundering part of this. So you're going to see massage parlors spring up, and then next to them might be a restaurant, it might be a hair salon, a nail salon, those types of things.
He says all of these businesses being started up are fronts for human trafficking. Are you seeing that in New York?
Absolutely, whether it be Asian or immigrant coyotes that women have to pay back. These women are 100% victims. It's terrible. Where are we seeing this mostly? In Queens, Roosevelt Avenue. We have shut down this year about 13 brothels.
Police have been making arrests in these cases, as difficult as they have been. And one of the attacks on the police officer, it was a mother, it was her 15-year-old son who was doing the shoplifting in order to be part of this gang. So it's extremely organized. So police are doing it, but then it turns out that they cannot do what they would do in a lot of other cities, in most cities in America, which is if you attack an undocumented individual who has no legal standing to be in the United States, they could call ICE and they just basically hand the person over to ICE and then send them back to wherever they came from, whatever country they came from, and return them there. And then that's the responsibility of ICE. But here in New York City, they're not able to do that. And recently, one of the administrators for ICE in the New York office said he finds out about migrants who've been convicted of crimes or accused of crimes from the media. That's his only official, he has no official channel with the NYPD, which to me is shocking because the NYPD has networks with the FBI, with all these other organizations, with many other police departments, law enforcement authorities because of gun trafficking, drug trafficking, terrorism, all of these other things, Janae. So the fact that they just cannot pick up the phone or have a liaison with ICE and say, listen, we grabbed this guy in Times Square. He was robbing people. He was allegedly attacking police officers. He is being charged with robbery. Can you please take him off our hands? They're not able to do that. So what happens? They go back into the general population of the city and then go on to commit these crimes again or go to another state since they're already in the United States. So it's very problematic for the officials. And then a lot of pressure, Janae, we talked about.
They should have never been released. The DA in the case should have requested bail. The judge should have kept them behind bars.
Henry Brito was the only suspect who was sent to Rikers on $15,000 bail after the beating in January. Overreacted.
I think it's undisputed that physical contact in this case was initiated by a police officer.
The bottom line is that this individual didn't comply with a New York City police officer.
Linda Schmidt, Fox News.
Lisa, I'm so glad you mentioned all of those points because it seems like this crisis has become convoluted because of the crime. Initially, we were highlighting the asylum seekers coming to the area for better wages, better quality of life, running away from crime in their own backyard where they're traveling from. But now the crime happening in the city, they're escaping too.
Migrants attack on reporter, USG migrants attack on reporter, and NYPD official issues blunt warning to unruly migrants. In a recent interview with NYPD Chief of Patrol John Shedd, concerns over the surge in migrant-related crime in New York City were addressed. Chief Shedd highlighted various criminal activities involving migrants, such as robberies, purse snatches on mopeds, pickpocketing in trains and Times Square, domestic violence, and mob-like activities in stores. And the NYPD has taken proactive measures for arresting those involved in mob robberies and purse snatches, leading to a decrease in such incidents. Mayor Eric Adams announced plans for a curfew at the Randall's Island migrant camp after 2 migrants assaulted a security guard in the previous stabbing incident earlier in the year. Adams, once a supporter of the city's sanctuary status, shifted his stance, stating that violent individuals with repeated criminal offenses shouldn't have the privilege to residing in the city. Chief Shell emphasized the impact of bail reform changes of the city vision, sharing alarming statistics on repeat offenses related to retail theft and assaults on transit workers. He underscored the need to address recidivism and called for collection efforts from judges, DAs, and elected officials to bring about changes. Furthermore,
we begin today's show in Haiti, where Port-au-Prince's international airport is reportedly under siege by
Use culture either.
But not everyone is hostile.
You had
one of my students landed multiple 6-figure jobs in cybersecurity within just 90 days without a degree.
Enforcement will be able to arrest, jail, and prosecute migrants suspected of crossing into the U.S. illegally. State judges could also instruct migrants to return to Mexico.
From Russia, from China, from Iran, from, I can even name.
This section of the U.S. border, fortified by layers of shipping containers, fences, and razor wire, is one of the areas where Texas troopers are arresting migrants instead of transferring them to federal agents. Texas troopers have arrested more than 10,000 migrants on criminal trespassing charges as part of Operation Lone Star, the state's multi-billion-dollar border security effort. But if the SB4 law goes into effect, Texas law enforcement will be able to arrest, jail, and prosecute migrants suspected of crossing into the U.S. illegally. State judges could also instruct migrants to return to Mexico.
It's unprecedented.
Texas state lawmaker Victoria Nieve Criado believes SB4 could lead to racial profiling.
Local police shouldn't determine whether a person is here lawfully or not. That's something that falls within the purview of the federal government.
In an interview with 60 Minutes correspondent Cecilia Vega, Governor Greg Abbott rejected those concerns.
We can have people from Russia, from China, from Iran, from, I can even name all the different countries they're coming from. So there's no one race that gets profiled.
For more on the crisis at the border, Chad Wolf joins me now. He's the former acting DHS secretary under President Trump and the executive director of the America First Policy Institute. Chad, welcome.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
What's your reaction to the latest headlines coming from our southern border?
Well, obviously, the death of National Guardsman and a Border Patrol agent is tragic. I agree with Tom Homan. Those flights and the type of capability that they give us is absolutely critical. So not only have they done those in the past, but I assume they'll continue those types of operations as that border is very difficult to patrol. But look, the crisis is ongoing. And as you indicated, we're coming upon the spring season. Those numbers and the illegal apprehensions will start to surge. And they'll start to surge because there's not a policy in place down along that border that is deterring the illegal behavior.
If y'all want to come in, man, hit the link. It's open. Chat is open. Link pinned at the top. If y'all want to talk, man, come in, give you a little info about what y'all got going on and how this may be affecting you. And if you knew, maybe you didn't know. We're going to get into Haiti a little later. But before we get into Haiti, I'm going to show you another place that's popping that they're not talking about, right? And we're going to show you Haiti, and we're going to show you this other place, right? And I'm just showing this because if this migration and this immigration thing is not handled, what's going on in Haiti will be going on here. I'm just letting y'all know what's going on in these other places, right? Because they always talk about Haiti, but have y'all heard about what's been going on in Venezuela? We're going to get into that too next. Watch this. Let's keep going. We just breaking down the news on Cosmon on Cosmon today. You dig what I'm talking about? We ain't got to do a whole bunch of talking. We see what it is. You know? In the end of the day, they playing the game on you. Right? The game is being played on you.
And we'll get into that. He said some really bad things. But one of the lives that was taken from us was a incredible 22-year-old nursing student right here in Georgia, Laken Riley. Right? Look at the signs. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. From the time she was in the first grade, Laken's dream was to spend her life caring for others. And I met her beautiful mother and family backstage, sister, friends, some of her friends, a roommate. They said she was like the best. She was always the best. They admit that she was the best. And she was the first in her class. She was going to be the best nurse. She was the best nursing student. She was always the best. She was the brightest light in every room, they told me. And she was the whole world to her parents and to her sister, just to the whole family. Incredible. Then the unthinkable happened. 16 days ago, Laken went out for a morning jog. She was in great shape. She wanted to keep herself that way. And she never came back, never came back. They knew something was wrong. An illegal alien criminal who Joe Biden intentionally released into our country has been, and because he's released tens of thousands of people like this, tens of thousands, because you know they come from jails and they come from mental institutions.
As the sheriff of Kinney County, a Texas border community with just over 3,000 residents, Brad Coe supports SB 4 and says he's ready to enforce it.
Like any law, it's supposed to be a deterrent against crime. And
say what you want about Trump, but the boy tell an awful lot of truth. Look, they start booing. They start booing as soon as he start telling truth. But remember, Trump not a regular politician. I'm not up here caping for Trump neither. But you dig what I'm talking about? When he get to telling truth, they don't want to hear that. You dig what I'm talking about? Let's go. Hold on. We're going to run it back just a little bit.
Well, then the unthinkable happened. 16 days ago, Laken went out for a morning jog. She was in great shape. She wanted to keep herself that way. And she never came back, never came back. They knew something was wrong. An illegal alien criminal who Joe Biden intentionally released into our country has been, and because he's released tens of thousands of people like this, tens of thousands, because you know they come from jails and they come from mental institutions.
That's real.
As the sheriff of Kinney County, a Texas border community with just over 3,000 residents, Brad Coe supports SB 4 and says he's ready to enforce it.
like any law, it's supposed to be a deterrent against crime. And this law, if and when it goes into effect, will be one more tool in our toolbox to prevent the destruction of our country.
Still, Sheriff Coe acknowledges the operational challenges his rural county faces.
Right now, I have 6 full-time deputies and 8 part-time deputies.
That doesn't sound like enough.
It's not.
SB 4 is set to take effect on Wednesday night unless the Supreme Court agrees to block the law while lower courts review its legality. It's one of at least a dozen legal battles on immigration between the Biden administration and Texas. For CBS News, Camilo Montoya Galvez, Dallas.
President Biden's taking some pushback for the way he refers to the alleged murderer of nursing student Laken Riley. Let's play it.
Lincoln Riley, an innocent young woman who was killed by an illegal, an undocumented person. And I shouldn't have used illegal. It's undocumented.
What do you make of that walk back?
Well, what they should be more focused on is actually stopping the crisis along that border and less concerned about the terminology. But look, the term alien is in Title 8 of the U.S. Code. The term illegal alien has been used by the Supreme Court. It actually defines what an alien is when they cross into the country illegally. So this idea that it's somehow derogatory, it's not derogatory, it's in law. It's how courts have been referred to it. It's how the department, DHS, still refers to them as illegal aliens in court proceedings. And so the term is not derogatory. It's just an acceptable term. But what the left is trying to do is obviously shift the focus to undocumented, or they actually used newcomer here recently as well.
I want to play for you a clip of my colleague Griff Jenkins speaking with a migrant this week. Let's play it.
I am very humbly asking if you could chip in $5, $10, or even $25. I know that times could be tough, and they are tough under this horrible president that we have, crooked Joe Biden. So if you can't contribute now, don't even think about it. Don't do it. You got to take care of your family and yourself. I want you to do that first. But with your donation today, we will win back the White House. We will make America great again, greater than ever before. I promise you that. Thank you.
Es el presidente y la vicepresidenta de los Estados Unidos.
Ah, pero entonces ya lo traigo aquí para que me dejen entrar.
Wearing a Biden-Harris campaign shirt. What do you make of that?
Well,
Presidenta de los Estados Unidos.
Well,
I want to play for you a clip of my colleague Griff Jenkins speaking with a migrant this week. Let's play it.
Es el presidente y la vicepresidenta de los Estados Unidos.
Ah, pero entonces ya lo traigo aquí para que me dejen entrar.
Wearing a Biden-Harris campaign shirt. What do you make of that?
Well, again, I mean, not only do the migrants, but the cartels and the smugglers, they all watch what's going on here in the United States, and they know that under this administration, that their likelihood of getting across that border and released into American communities has been as high as it's ever been. And so, of course, they're going to be proud of that. That's what they want to do. They know they're abusing the asylum system to get across the border and be released. And so it doesn't surprise me that they are looking for President Biden to give them more and more access to the United States.
He released them into our country. Biden has implemented a formal policy that illegal aliens who intrude into the United States are granted immunity from deportation. Thus, when this monster showed up at our border, he was set free immediately under the program that Crooked Joe created. I call it free to kill. It's free to kill. On Thursday night, Joe Biden was confronted over this cruel policy. And what did Crooked Joe reply? And Marjorie, I have to say, you were very brave in trying to bring up a point. Very brave. Very brave. That takes courage. It's not easy to do. Stand up and do that. That's not easy to do, Marjorie. We understand that. He got Lincoln's name wrong, calling her Lincoln. No. Mixing her up with the football coach, right? He got the name wrong, Lincoln. And when he asked, what about all the legal citizens who kill people? That's what he said. What about all the legal citizens? When he was asked, what about all the legal? In other words, making excuses. Then just moments ago, I don't know if you heard because you've all been waiting online for 2 days.
And Brandon Judd, the president of the Border Patrol Union, was talking about this after the State of the Union last night, talking about what Joe Biden was talking about was an abject failure as it concerned actually securing the border. What Brandon Judd, the head of the Border Patrol Council, said is that they compromised solely to get more officers who are Border Patrol agents who could help them actually secure the border.
Well, exactly. So the Border Patrol Union saying that it would get them more than 100 Border Patrol officers, 100 immigration judges. Isn't that better than nothing?
So what you just said is nothing more than a false narrative and a piece of fiction, and I'll tell you why. And that's because the way Joe Biden uses the Border Patrol, the way Joe Biden uses ICE, is not to enforce the laws of the United States of America. He uses the Border Patrol and ICE to actually violate the laws of the United States of America. There are laws on the books right now that enforce immigration in the United States that Joe Biden not only is not enforcing, He's actually violating laws passed by Congress that requires the president to take action that he is not taking.
But just moments ago, this was just before coming up, they just told me prior to what I'm doing right now, that Joe Biden went on television and apologized for calling Lincoln's murderer an illegal. He didn't want to call him illegal. He apologized. He said he should have called him an undocumented, not an illegal, and he wanted to apologize. He wanted to apologize, and, well, they have a new name, too. They have a new name that's even worse. They have a new name. You know what the new name is? Neighbor. They want to call him neighbor. They want to call him another name. Did you ever hear the other one? Newcomer. A newcomer to our country. Are we going crazy or what? Is this country going crazy? How about that one? Newcomer. The newcomer. No, he was illegal. And I say he was an illegal alien. He was an illegal immigrant. He was an illegal migrant. And he shouldn't have been in our country, and he never would have been under the Trump policy.
There's been some shift in terms of the Texas border was red hot for a while. Now the California border seems to be very hot. Let's take a look at the numbers from the San Diego sector in the week ending March 5th. 8168 apprehensions from 72 countries, 168 unaccompanied minors encountered, 22 human smuggling events prevented, 48 pounds of cocaine seized. How devastating are those numbers?
Imagine a lightsaber that fits in your pocket. That's the power of this $600 flashlight. This new military flashlight is basically a lightsaber that fits in your pocket. But be warned, this $600 flashlight is not a toy. It's so powerful that it can melt through anything. It can even start a fire, making it the...
Well, the numbers are extremely devastating, and that's just in perhaps one sector. As you look across that border, the traffickers and the smugglers are very good at understanding how the Border Patrol starts enforcement actions along that border, so that when they see the state of Texas and Governor Abbott taking action in Eagle Pass and Del Rio and different other places along that border, they're going to shift. They're going to shift to places like New Mexico, Arizona, and California, which is what you see today, because there's no National Guard there. There's no razor wire there. There's no enforcement actions other than the Border Patrol, who is being severely limited by this administration. There's no enforcement action going on there. So I suspect that you'll continue to see the surge in places like California and Arizona continue.
Are you surprised President Biden didn't announce executive action at a State of the Union this week?
We'll get to some of those actions that I know you have been fighting in court quite a bit. But I also want to bring up, look, you probably have been among the people across this country that are most responsible for the Democratic Party and the White House moving to the right on immigration. It wasn't too long ago that Democrats wouldn't call this a crisis. Now they are. That controversial decision to bus migrants to Democrat-led cities across the country, the White House called that a political stunt.
So first of all, let's talk about the time progression of Democrats, because it wasn't too long ago when Bill Clinton gave a State of the Union address where he talked about actually doing something about border security. And even Barack Obama talked about doing something about border security. The only person who's ever talked about not enforcing the border laws is Joe Biden. And that's only been recent, only in the past 3 years. 3 years ago, but before Joe Biden took office, he inherited an office that had led to the lowest illegal border crossings in something like 40 years. All Joe Biden had to do was to leave in place the policies that he inherited, and we would have a far more secure border today.
And Biden should be apologizing for apologizing to this killer. Joe Biden, and you understand what's happening here. Joe Biden has no remorse. He's got no regret. He's got no empathy, no compassion, and worst of all, he has no intention of stopping the deadly invasion that stole precious Lakin's beautiful American life. We are profoundly honored to be joined today by the family and loved ones of Lakin and some of her great friends. I met them. They're so incredible. The whole The whole group is incredible. To Lakin's parents, John and Allison, and her sister, Lauren, her roommate, Connolly, and to all of those who loved Lakin, the hearts of hundreds of thousands and indeed millions and millions of Americans and people worldwide, they're shattered alongside of your beautiful hearts. We share your grief. We share your grief. Thank you, darling. Thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. I know how tough it is. That's so tough. We vow to keep Lakin's memory alive for as long as we are here on this earth, and we
Trump just throw
take
up the
comfort that she is now home with God in heaven. And I want to thank you, and thank you for being here. Incredible. I know how tough it is.
And because everything's bigger in Texas, I know there are a lot of legal challenges here, a lot of big lawsuits that you have. You are taking on the federal government because of buoys on the Rio Grande, razor wire in Eagle Pass, and also SB4, this controversial law that would allow police officers in Texas to arrest migrants who entered the state illegally. Shouldn't immigration enforcement be up to the federal government?
First, let's clarify your terms. You mentioned the federal government. A lot of people think of the federal government as the president and his administration. What the Constitution does, it gives the authority to Congress, not the president, not his administration.
Not the state.
It does, however, to the state. In Article 1, Section 10, Clause 3, it gives authority to states to be able to act when the
As always, this is fair use, fair use. I'm using this for teaching purposes only, getting this information out to the people. You dig what I'm talking about? That's all we doing, getting this information out to the people. You know? Fair use, fair use. All rights reserved and held.
federal government refuses to act, and James Madison made that perfectly clear during the ratification process, that states do have the power to use their militia to push back against smugglers, which is what was happening in Virginia, and apply that to Texas. We're pushing back against smugglers here in the very same way that James Madison was talking about in Virginia.
I know this SB4 is now going all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court, but ruling against you, a judge recently wrote, surges in immigration do not constitute an invasion. Isn't that word invasion dangerous, Governor?
So the word invasion.
Incredible. What Joe Biden has done on our border is a crime against humanity and the people of this nation for which he will never be forgiven. That's a very hard thing. We're going to fix it. We're going to fix it fast. We're going to have the largest deportation in history. But what a tremendous shame that this could have happened in our country. What a shame. Laken Riley would be alive today if Joe Biden had not willfully and maliciously eviscerated the borders of the United States and set loose thousands and thousands of dangerous criminals into our country. To her family tonight, I promise you, I will demand justice for Laken. Justice for Laken. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Incredible. I will fight like no one has ever fought before to ensure that what happened to this American daughter, this incredible, incredible American, that this never happens to any other daughter or anyone else ever again. We will do everything we can that it doesn't happen again. And you know it will, because unfortunately we have so many people allowed into our country that shouldn't be, but we're going to get it down to a trickle. We're not going to let this go on. Our country is being destroyed by an incompetent president. And we're not gonna let this happen. I mean, the good thing about his speech, if you want to call his rant, the other night, he probably did well enough that he's not going to be replaced on the ballot, because they were talking about replacing.
Is the word that is used in the United States Constitution. If we're going to talk about this in a way that leads to a law that authorizes Texas to do what it's going to do, we have to use the words that are used in the Constitution, which is why those words are chosen.
Are migrants crossing the border an invasion?
Well, again, you need to clarify your word choice.
I'm asking you, sir.
No, these are not migrants crossing the border. These are people who are coming across the border in violation of federal law. In the state of Texas, there are 28 ports of entry. Look at Eagle Pass, Texas alone, where people are crossing between a port of entry. Right above where they are crossing is a bridge they could cross over legally, and yet they're choosing to come across the border illegally. But more important than that, you see increasing evidence that we have criminals who have been let out of Venezuelan prisons who are coming across the border, wrecking carnage across the United States. We have people crossing the border on the terrorist watch list in record numbers. Who knows what type of terrorism they will be causing in future years because Joe Biden let them into the United States.
And Governor, finally, because I know we're running out of time, a lot of people across the country would look at what's happening with this bipartisan border bill. And I know you answered some of it, but they would like something done right now. Why wait until the November election to do something on the border that could potentially get passed right now?
So remember this, what is in the United States Senate is not a border bill. It's a Ukraine funding bill with some gimmicks added to it that do absolutely nothing. Let me finish. That do absolutely nothing to decrease crossings. Actually, it cements and allows crossings across the border. The bill already passed by Congress, by the United States House.
But it doesn't have Democratic support. The bipartisan bill does.
And if we had a genuine leader as president of the United States who really did want to get something done to secure the border, he would work with his own party to work with a Republican passed bill to get that law passed.
But he did work with his own party and he worked with the Republicans in the Senate. Why not pass that bill now?
Because the Senate bill codifies illegal immigration and actually promotes even more illegal immigration as opposed to stopping illegal immigration. The bill that stops illegal immigration is the bill already passed out of the United States House of Representatives. That is the bill that the president, if he really wants to do something, he will work with Democrats to find a way to pass a version of H.R. 2.
Governor, do you want to be Donald Trump's vice president this year?
So listen, my goal is singular, and that is to be the leader of the great state of Texas.
And do you plan to run for president in 2028?
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow us on social media.
Controversial immigration law set to take effect in Texas.
Enforcement will be able to arrest, jail, and prosecute migrants suspected of crossing.
Some breaking news out of Athens, Georgia. 2 colleges have canceled classes today as police look for.
And Riley was described as a shining light.
Dean's List nursing student.
Police arrested 26-year-old Jose Antonio Ibarra.
Ibarra, September of 2022.
A boat lift, the mass immigration of Cubans that made that short but treacherous ocean journey from Cuba to Florida.
Not really clear if the government's directly behind this or if the gang is acting.
Than government and the economy. And a record high 55% say large numbers of migrants entering the United States illegally are a great threat to this country.
The fastest growing transnational criminal
I just
organization
wanted to bring some of this
known
stuff
as the
about
Tren
Venezuela out to
Aragua
y'all real
is a
quick.
Venezuelan
Let's go.
gang that has now infiltrated its way into the United States through various sectors of the U.S.-Mexico border.
That here in El Paso, Tren de Aragua, gang members who are identified are put into prosecution pathways for 1325 illegal entry into the United States.
In the wake of the killing of a Georgia college student, we are learning more about the murder suspect's brother
and his potential ties to a violent gang. Federal prosecutors say Diego Ibarra is tied to the largest criminal organization in Venezuela. Diego is the brother of murder suspect Jose Ibarra, who's accused of killing 22-year-old nursing student Laken Riley while she was out for a run last month. Correspondent Laura Ingle joins us live. And Laura, these new details uncovered after Diego allegedly handed police a fake green card.
Hi, Nicole, that's right. You know, these new court documents filed with the Middle District of Athens, Georgia, not only gives us more details about how police quickly zeroed in on the Ibarra brothers during Laken Riley's murder investigation, they also shed new light into his alleged ties to that Venezuelan gang we've been hearing about that is believed to be responsible for a brutal assault here in New York on officers with the NYPD. And on that green card, when police first questioned Diego Ibarra about Riley's murder, he gave investigators this fake green card, which led to his arrest on immigration charges. And his arrest led investigators to his brother, Jose Ibarra, who was taken into custody, as we know, for Riley's murder. Now, Diego Ibarra is in federal court this morning. The documents filed on those charges is a motion for detention, and the pages go into detail about Diego Ibarra's lengthy criminal history, which started with his illegal entry into the U.S. near Eagle Pass, Texas in April of 2023. Multiple photos of Ibarra during one of his arrests shows images of neck tattoos with TDA gang affiliation, including 5 pointed crowns, 5 pointed stars, and teardrop tattoos. Now, that Venezuelan
President Biden calling on Congress to send him the border bill during the State of the Union Thursday as migrants continue to stream across the southern border. Joining us now for more, former acting DHS Secretary and Fox News contributor Tom Homan. Tom, thanks for being here. I just spent the week in Eagle Pass, and I want to talk about it, and I want to talk about a convergence that I see between the border crisis and violent crime. Laken Riley, the list is long. But first, I want to have you to respond to this tragic helicopter crash.
Look, it's a tragedy, right? And throughout my career, I've been to too many Border Patrol funerals.
I want y'all to see the question my brother asked. Shout out to the OG Nehemiah. He says, if you have a new underclass influx into the country, what happens to the second class citizen that is already here, especially when they are taking more offices than the second class that's here? Well, the second class gets ground to nothing in the middle of a new base underclass, right? Without officially and financially being able to put itself comfortably into the middle class, right? Because the finances of the country are being used on war and on the migrant crisis themselves, when they're getting free houses, free cars, free scooters, free schooling, free education, free healthcare. You dig what I'm talking about? Free business loans. You know what I mean? They loading these people up with everything and then giving them a stipend every month on so they don't even have to work. You know what I mean? $2,000 on a card every month. That'll show help. Food stamps sure would help. SNAP sure would help. Shalom to the brother King Judah. I see you in the house, but the question is still this. The question still stands. What happens to the old second class? They get crushed, and they trying to replace you. Anybody with eyes can see this. This ain't even a hard get. You dig what I'm talking about? Let's keep going, though, a little further, man. Always like to let them talk. Always like to let them talk. Because if you let them talk long enough, they always tell on themselves.
Too many ICE funerals. But I want to take this opportunity to let people know The men and women of the Border Patrol, they're patriots. They're the finest of the finest, down there putting their lives on line. And lately I've been seeing the videos of people attacking the Border Patrol that they're part of the problem. They're human traffickers, they're smuggling. You know what? That's a bunch of crap. These men and women are putting their lives on line for this country every day.
Well, joining us is Young Voices commentator and writer for The Spectator, Juan Pablo Villasmil. Juan, you recently wrote an article for The Spectator discussing the threat of migrant criminal Venezuelan gangs in the United States, Tren de Aragua. So how concerned should we be about them and why?
Yeah, so for a lot of time, we've been talking about some countries not sending their best. And in this case, just like it happened with MS-13, this gang is pretty notorious in Venezuela. And I saw that not a lot of people were diving deep into what this gang does and what it's known for.
Yo.
And the reality is that in New York City...
Is it just me, right? Hold on, let's go back a little bit. Is it just me, or does this dude give off snarky and disingenuous? You dig what I'm talking about? He gives off BS. That's the vibe I get from this dude. You know what I mean? Just listening to him talk, he seems very flippant. I don't know what he's doing. So, you know, when I start getting them vibes from people, I start to listen to what they not saying. Right? Let's start, you know, because he's very, these are the best killers in the world. And, you know, these are the Venezuelan MS-13 equivalent. These are some bad guys. I start to listen to what they not saying. Watch this. My BSO meter. My spirit rate went off as soon as he started talking. Watch this.
Not sending their best. And in this case, just like it happened with MS-13, this gang is pretty notorious in Venezuela. And I saw that not a lot of people were diving deep into what this gang does and what it's known for. And the reality is that in New York City, NYPD has already determined that there is a presence of the Tren de Aragua in the city. And as we see crime spread throughout the United States, many of them being brutal crime, a lot of people are asking themselves, how many members of the Tren de Aragua are already inside the United States? That's not to say that all immigrants are Tren de Aragua members, but maybe many of them are, and that's a problem.
Well, how about these guys that beat up the New York Police Department police there, the cops there? There were like 6 or 7 of them involved in that, and they were let go.
According to a CNN report from Border Patrol, 38 suspected members from the Tren de...
Is it sarcastic? Now, look, there you go. There you go, though. You see, people say I'm a conspiracist, but I know when I'm being lied to and I'm being bullshitted. And he's like, oh, yeah, these guys are, you know, these are the worst of the worst, man. You know what I mean? Now I'm starting to look, well, who really are you and what are you fighting against? And why is the government terrified of you in Venezuela? What are you fighting for? They probably doing the good work. They fighting for the people. They tired of getting messed over. You dig what I'm talking about? They tired of getting messed over. Look, man, y'all only got so much time. I'm going to tell you. Unless some calamity happens and they start some type of war and they can keep Biden in office, you only got so much time. Because the orange man, the orange man coming to kick all y'all out the country. The orange man is going to kick all y'all out the country, bro. Y'all only got so much time. You dig what I'm talking about? I don't tell you who to vote for or what's going to happen, but I'm just telling you what's going to happen. You dig what I'm talking about? I'm telling you what's going to happen. And you can believe me or not. And I'm not even telling nobody to vote. But if in certain areas, certain people, seem to be giving you benefits directly for you and yours. If they're not giving your people benefits, we're going to do this for this folk. I would tell y'all to stay out of that. You dig what I'm talking about? The lesser of two evils is not good. You see what I'm saying? The lesser of two evils is not a good thing. It's still evil. But y'all got a little bit of time, because what y'all don't know is, and maybe y'all don't understand because y'all don't deal with people a lot this much, is when white folks get riled up, right? Shit starts to happen. I'm just saying.
Nicaragua have been arrested between 2022 and 2023.
Trump gonna get y'all up out of here, bro.
When they
Y'all
come to
better
a new
be cool.
place, they do it oftentimes through immigrant pathways, taking advantage of people from within their own community.
Tren de Aragua is taking advantage of the mass Venezuelan exodus to make their way into the country, and now they are ramping up crime in U.S. cities like Miami and Chicago.
What I want y'all to understand.
New details tonight about the
so-called black folks, Negroes, Aboriginals, the Algonquin stock of America. First of all, you are the indigenous man here. How they gonna get anybody right? Give anybody anything before they get you together. Right? This is why they want you on that African talk. Because, see, they don't owe Africans anything. This is why they want you to keep that African American. Because, see, with that being said, I don't owe you anything. But if you are Aboriginal to America, then it's not slavery anymore. It's POW. It's a Holocaust. That's what it becomes. Y'all see the difference? They don't owe, the United States government doesn't owe anybody in the world for slavery. They don't owe anybody for slavery. But being a prisoner of war or genocide, that's another topic. And if you genocide a people, whether physically or on paper, mentally, you know what I mean, and indoctrinate these people and change their name 10 times since you have come in contact with them. You've called these people 10 different things. Right? This is why it's important to hide who these people is, because those people, right, who would be the Aboriginal stocks, not Native Americans. Anybody can be a Native American today. As you see, when you look out there on the reservation, they're all white people. That's all. Ain't even really a lot of Mongoloidal natives out there. They mostly white folks. Like the average Indian that live on the reservation look just like this lady. See the white girl? Most of them look just like her living on the reservation. You trying to tell me that's an Indian? No, they copper color with long black natty hair.
The two Ibarra brothers. We're learning one of them may be connected to a ruthless gang. Diego Ibarra was arrested on green card fraud charges last month while investigators were looking into the murder of nursing student Laken Riley. Officials eventually announced his brother, Jose Ibarra, was the prime suspect in the murder, but now court documents show Diego could be just as dangerous as his brother. News Nation's Laura Ingold joins us now. Okay, Laura, we're trying to keep this straight. So we have two brothers.
Right.
Where does this case stand? This is a lot.
It is a lot. And in fact, Diego Ibarra was in court today. The U.S. Department of Justice released a statement following Diego Ibarra's detention hearing today that he will remain in federal custody pending trial based on evidence of Ibarra being a flight risk, which they certainly believe that he is. And this just into News Nation over the last few hours, brand new police body cam video of Ibarra's arrest from February 23rd showing Ibarra sitting down in a chair being questioned by police as they shine a light on him. This is Diego when police first questioned him in connection to the investigation into Laken Riley's murder. Remember, they didn't know who was who at this point, and he gave investigators a fake green card, which led to his arrest on immigration charges, which then led investigators to his brother, Jose Ibarra, who was taken into custody for Riley's murders.
Many of our viewers remember the Mariel boat lift, the mass immigration of Cubans that made that short but treacherous ocean journey from Cuba to Florida during Jimmy Carter's presidency in 1980. And some of those migrants were criminals released from prison by Fidel Castro. So how likely, again, do you think the Venezuelan president, Maduro, is weaponizing migration and doing the same thing?
I never liked the people who ratted and
it's complicated to tell because there's this facade of government in Venezuela. So a lot of the times they are in touch with cartels. There are connections between government officials and the gangs. Actually, the reason why this gang took control of a prison a la Pablo Escobar, and they had a restaurant and a nightclub in the prison, and then Maduro sent troops to fight against them. But before that, there was a policy of not doing anything about it for years. Like, just imagine this in the US. A gang takes control over a prison and the government does nothing for like 10 years. And then they take it back. Or they try to take it back, you know? It's really weird what happens in Venezuela. And it's not really clear if the government's directly behind this or if the gang is acting independently.
I never liked the rat who snitched on his people. You dig what I'm talking about? They always go get somebody from that country to give an opposite view, right? They forget about the people on the ground. They ain't got one of the regular people just talking for the people. They got one of these dancing monkeys. You give him a couple coins and he dances to the grinder.
His brother in any way. The charges, though, he does face are serious, carrying up to a 10-year prison sentence. And Diego Ibarra's motion for detention goes into detail about the 28-year-old's lengthy criminal history, which started with his illegal entry into the U.S. near Eagle Pass, Texas, in April of 2023. Multiple photos within this court document of Ibarra during one of his arrests show images of neck tattoos showing alleged affiliation with TDA. That's a violent gang from Venezuela. Others showing him throwing gang signs, holding guns. The TDA gang has been accused of being responsible for the violent beating of New York City police.
I was just disgusted that there's hundreds of people in that building that are going to stand up and applaud something they know is not true. And it's just, I can't believe there's not an ounce of integrity left in that building anymore, that you're going to stand and applaud a man for saying things that everybody in that room knows not true. I wish you would address the border. The border is the biggest national security failure this country has. And as the commander-in-chief at the State of the Union, talking about national security should be front and center.
Is there a disconnect between the fact that we saw in Iowa, New Hampshire, South Carolina, every state we've now covered political races, immigration is among or not the top issue, but yet President Biden waited 40 minutes into his speech to bring it up?
Then what he did, he talks about, passing a bill that passed through the Senate, which is a terrible bill. It's not going to work. It's not going to stop the catch and release. It's not going to, it does anything, nothing about the 450,000 children across the border and 1,000 more from across the border. If he wants to talk about securing the border, he has H.R. 2 passed the House. The Senate won't even talk about. H.R. 2 will secure the border. Why? Because a lot of his Trump's policies, we proved those policies work.
We know that among the pull and push factors, the greatest pull factor is the open border policies, or more specifically put, the catch and release policies. When I was there on Thursday, the day of the State of the Union, I actually was filming when my cameraman, Ed Solis, who speaks Spanish, and I saw this individual with the Biden-Harris t-shirt. Here's a little bit of what he told us.
Es el presidente y la vicepresidenta de los Estados Unidos.
Ah, pero entonces ya lo traigo aquí para que me dejen entrar.
Following some breaking news out of Athens, Georgia. 2 colleges have canceled classes today as police look for a murderer.
Laken Riley was described as a shining light.
Dean's List nursing student. Police arrested 26-year-old Jose Antonio Ibarra.
Ibarra crossed into Texas illegally back in September of 2022, then was released into the United States on parole.
Raleigh's mother said her daughter's murder was avoidable. So you're a member of Gen Z. How effective do you think this ad is with younger voters? Does it get their attention? Do they even care about the border and illegal immigration?
I think younger voters care. The only thing I would say is that it's maybe more effective with the older generations, but not necessarily because Gen Z consumers are an impenetrable market who will not digest, understand, and respond to this message. But it still seems like a message that parents and not their children are more susceptible to, because I think older folks understand the effects of immigration better.
And so the same thing that's happening, what's happening in South America, is now going to start happening here in the United States amongst these Venezuelan communities in the U.S.
You see what they
The
saying?
main issue being that the Tren de Aragua is almost operating in the shadows, making it harder for law.
Fair use, fair use, fair use. You see what they saying? What's gonna start? What's happening there is gonna start happening here. Well, if fair use, fair use, fair use. If it is that what's happening there and it start happening here, well, if they marching across the border into America, who gonna be marching? Who gonna be marching out of the Americas? You see what I'm saying? Who gonna be marching out as they marching in? Pay attention. Let's get to Haiti.
Of darkness, a U.S. military helicopter evacuated non-essential personnel from the U.S. Embassy in Port-au-Prince. The embassy will remain operational, and that same helicopter brought in extra security, presumably U.S. Marines, to help guard the embassy as the increased gang violence that has paralyzed Haiti continues. Other embassies, including the German and European Union embassy, also evacuated diplomats by helicopter. And this is really, for foreign diplomats, essentially the only way to get out of the country at this point, because the airport remains closed after fighting from the gangs attacking police. Came very close to the Port-au-Prince airport. One plane was actually damaged by the gunfire. I'm told by diplomats that tried to leave over the land border to the Dominican Republic is simply too dangerous at this point because of all the checkpoints that gangs have set up. So for the lucky few diplomats who were able to go out by helicopter, that is really the only way out. Other diplomats who have remained behind in country have said that their stores of food and water are running low. Of course, for the thousands of Haitians who have been displaced by the gang violence, it is a much, much more difficult and dangerous situation. All eyes are on Prime Minister Ariel Henry, who it is believed remains in Puerto Rico, unable to return to his own country, and under increased pressure from the U.S. and from political parties in Haiti to come up with a diplomatic solution, to announce the formation of a transitional government, to say when elections could be held. Up until now, though, Henry has kept largely silent and has not stated what his intentions are. Patrick Ottman, CNN Havana.
What's your credit card debt balance? If it's $10,000 or more, here are 3 easy solutions you can start implementing today. And number 3 is an absolute game changer.
This morning, as even more gang-fueled violence erupts in Haiti, a new team of U.S. Marines is on the ground in Port-au-Prince, securing the American embassy, the capital gripped by gunfire and chaos. It's been 3 days since Haiti's prime minister announced he would step down after relentless pressure from gangs who wanted him gone. Now, efforts to stabilize the country may be stalling. Any delay could put the aid of a multinational police force led by Kenya and largely funded by the U.S. in jeopardy. With gangs controlling most of the capital, many civilians are now trapped. Haitian-American Cherie Belhumer says she's hoping to escape Haiti and see her family in Miami, but has no way to get there.
They saying if we was to come back home to get our things, that they is gonna kill us.
Best-selling author Mitch Albom now safe in Michigan after a stealth private helicopter mission in the middle
Shout
of
out
the night
Mitch Albom.
rescued him and staffers from an orphanage his charity runs.
How harrowing was that escape?
You know, the fear is that the gangs are going to shoot at the helicopters and the door.
Now, good looking Mitch Albom going to get the babies, and you know what I mean. In that thing, I applaud you and for doing good work. You dig what I'm saying? I applaud you for that. But now we got to stay on you. What happens to these babies once they get to America? I bet you a lot of them. How much y'all want to bet? I'm willing $1 to a donut, and I'm gonna try to find out what his little thing is, because he up here in Michigan with me, right? I'm gonna try to see what his little organization is. How much y'all want to bet? $1 to a donut that a lot of them babies that's from Haiti and Dominican Republic end up with Mormon families in Utah. Would anybody like to take that bet? I'm telling you, y'all better be careful, man. This leads directly into child trafficking.
Closed, and within 60 seconds, we were up in the air in the dark and flying and trying to get out of Haiti.
The UN says 1 million Haitians are now on the brink of famine. Hospitals are struggling too, desperate for generator fuel. We spoke with a doctor who says armed men executed a patient inside an ambulance.
We are also seeing, patients who suffered from gunshot wounds the previous day, who are only able to make it to our facility 12 hours later when they feel safe.
Missionary Jill Dolan and her family are trapped at a makeshift motel near the airport. She's frantically trying to get back to Florida in time for her daughter's wedding. But with the airport still shut down, she's instead ducking for cover.
We did hear gunfire right outside at this gate, and it was very scary. And we hid in our room until it went away.
And as more Haitians flee
Y'all
the country,
see,
it could impact the
y'all
border
see how
crisis
easy the
back
access
in
is
the
to the
US.
children?
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis
They
is
snuck a
already
flight
bracing
down
for
there,
a
and
surge
they went
in
down
Haitian
there
migrants
to the
deploying extra
orphanages.
soldiers and drones to the state's southern coast.
Telling you, this deals directly with child trafficking. Allegedly.
Hey, thanks for watching. Don't miss the Today Show every weekday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 Pacific on our streaming channel Today All Day. To watch, head to today.com/all.
Don't buy another pair of glasses until you've seen what this new invention can do. These self-adjustable glasses are taking the world by storm. They let you achieve a perfect...
The gang violence and all that chaos in Haiti right now are especially concerning for Haitian Americans here in Central Florida who have ties to the island.
Shout out to all the Florida Indians down there.
Both here and abroad. West 2's Tony Atkins is live outside the consulate of Haiti office in Orlando. And Tony, the governor is also weighing in on this.
Yes, Annika, Governor Ron DeSantis says he's sending more than 250 officers and soldiers down to South Florida as the state braces for the potential of a surge in migration from Haiti. Now, Haiti is less than 700 miles south of Miami, and the governor says agents from FDLE, Fish and Wildlife, the National Guard, and FHP will all be working to prevent illegal migration. Florida is home to tens of thousands of Haitians, and that number has grown since Haiti's last elected president was assassinated in 2021. Since then, the nation has seen unrest, gang violence, and instability under its acting president, who announced he's planning to resign earlier this week. Now, local groups say they're doing what they can to try to help people here and in Haiti looking to escape the violence.
Now, understand what y'all watching. Understand what y'all watching. This is a coup, right? Led by the U.S. Let's roll.
It's how people are dying that's getting worse. And I hope that the world can look and say and learn from it, because when you see it happening and you do nothing about it, it's just going to worsen.
Now, there are a number of groups that are getting together at 8 p.m. on Friday in Pine Castle. They're having a town hall where people can come and learn about what's going on and also learn about ways they can help. For now, reporting live in Orlando, Tony Atkins, WESH2 News.
Whatever happened there, it's evil. It's evil. I don't know how we come so low. I don't know how we come so low and not understand that we're killing each other. We are brothers and sisters.
Thanks to Jesus, I come with my wife and my children, but I still have my father, my aunts over there, my cousin. That's keep on hurt me because every time I have to check my phone, you see, I go into school, I cannot even study. All the time I have to check the phone to see what is happening in Haiti, and then you know the situation is very, very worse. Every time you think things going better, and then you see, bad and worse.
Now, what we're waiting for international people who have their hand on Haiti, please give Haiti a chance.
Man, shout out to the New York Haitians, man. But you did what I'm talking about.
Because we want to
shout out to the New York Haitians.
But this system,
you did what I'm talking about.
Don't leave the Haitian people to choose, to say I need this, to say I need that, because like we still slave.
Hello, Moto.
I'm gonna show you. People be saying, Cosmo, you be making this up. You dig what I'm talking about? I'm telling you. Ariel Henry was pressed out by the United States government. Don't blame it on the people. It's always the government's fault. Remember, Jaja said, judgment is against every government who is set up against its people, right? Do not blame anarchy, war, revolution, and assassinations on the people. The blame and judgment is against the government always. Let me go show you. The cold hand they've been playing. Watch this.
Overnight, Prime Minister Ariel Henry announced that he will resign after weeks of pressure. But there's a backstory there. Henry was sworn in 2 weeks after the assassination of President Jovenel Moïse back in 2021, and he agreed to a power-sharing deal with the opposition until new elections could be held. But he repeatedly delayed those new elections, citing security concerns. And as you might imagine, that did not sit well with the population. Over the last 2 weeks, Haiti's powerful and politically connected gangs have waged war across the capital city of Port-au-Prince. The man that you're looking at right now, his name is Jimmy Cherizier, aka Barbecue. He's one of the most feared and powerful gang leaders in Port-au-Prince, and he has said that this situation will lead to civil war and even genocide if the prime minister refuses to step down. Gangs have stormed the nation's biggest prisons, 2 of them, freed 4,700 inmates. They've seized control of the ports and laid siege to the international airport, torched dozens of shops, businesses.
Ongoing violence and political unrest continue to plague the island nation of Haiti, despite that country's prime minister announcing his resignation. The United Nations now says that all non-essential staff will be leaving Haiti due to the security situation. Christian Benavides reports from Haiti's border with the Dominican Republic, where people are just trying to get out.
It's another day here in Dajabon, Dominican Republic. Remember, this is a border crossing going right into Haiti near Cap Haitian. As folks are making the journey to be able to cross.
I'm going to show you real quick that Americans been over there getting stuck, right? Now, Let me let the boy they dying to get up out of Haiti. Watch. They trying to get back to America so bad. They keep telling you, Jaja told you, that Guatemala, here in northern Guatemala, is the true promised land. It's the land of the free, but remember also, it is the home of the brave.
I was very nervous going in to even ask for a car loan. I don't have any
Waspy
credit.
so cold. Why Waspy is cold?
We feel trapped.
Is for the simple fact, it tell you in Waspy that until the American government and the world, not just white folks, everybody who played a part in the breaking down of the Algonquin tribes and subjugation of the Algonquin tribes in America, genocide and miscegenation, misappropriation, reclassifying of the indigenous people here, man. Owaspy say, man, until you get these people together, until you get them together, ain't nothing good gonna happen for you. Your country will be racked with these type of problems and issues the entire time. Why? Because it is the government's fault. They are doing this on purpose. Fair use, fair use.
There are people still trapped in Port-au-Prince that need to get out.
This group of American and Canadian missionaries say they are stuck in Haiti after violence closed off airports and transportation.
You see it again?
Sinodi and Natalie on transportation.
Did you see it?
American citizen of Haitian descent, and Barry Glinsky hails from Alberta, Canada.
We arrived here February 23rd.
Want y'all to see it.
Help serve the orphanage. Mission of Grace, Miss Lynn here, had to move 150 of her kids from Carriez, Haiti, that was in the crossfire of gang violence. And so we had to bring them to safety.
I've been there when the guns were going off, not in danger, but you can hear the gunfire. So when it's right outside your door, and they're well protected, they're in a surrounded area, but you try sleep at night when the guns are going off as a little child.
The team has kept supporters updated on their progress building the new orphanage on social media.
We wanted you to see what we're doing today. We're putting in the windows. Look, guys.
The volunteers were supposed to leave Haiti on March 3rd.
We were scheduled to leave this weekend, but unfortunately, they canceled all our flights regarding the unrest and what's going on.
Over a week later, Mission of Grace Haiti still has American and Canadian volunteers across the island nation, including in the center of Port-au-Prince. While the remote location of this group of missionaries has seemingly protected them from the violence seen in the capital city, it has affected their work.
You see it? They got out of the city. And look, they ain't got none of what's going on in them cities, in ooze, with the Druja. Touch these people out here far away in the land all by themselves. Faith this. This is a message. See the benefit of good folk getting away from bad folk? They out there all on their own. This is the benefit of being remote. This is why Jaja tell you get out in the wilderness. Build your new civilizations and neighborhoods out in the wilderness, away from the cities. Why? Because now you can look at your babies. Yeah, they may be poor, but they're alive.
Because of the violence, we can't get what we need where we are. So all the trucks stop crossing because they can't cross the road from Port-au-Prince. So make everything's hard to find, like gas, like food, everything.
Have you gotten in touch with the people in charge who should be hopefully getting you back to your own country?
Yes, we've reached out to the embassy. The email that came back said, hunker down, stay safe. They gave us the thing that Haiti is a level 4 blah, 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 blah. Well, we knew that when we came, but what does this mean that you're not going to get us out? And as an American citizen, I feel frustrated. I'm safe. I can't reiterate enough that we're safe, but we've been here long enough to where we can't get out if we wanted to. And I feel like our country is not doing everything it can to help us.
A level 4 do not travel warning for American citizens was issued by the U.S. Department of State regarding Haiti on March 5th, 2020.
You could have sent money. You sent yourselves.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
It's not about the country or the politics. It's about the people.
Though they want to get home to their families, all of them say they will be back.
I have been coming here since 2010, and I see the politics. I see the after effects of it. I've been here when the UN was here. I've been here when they haven't been here. I've slept in Port-au-Prince. I've done all these things. I've never felt afraid. Or I would not come. Okay, I'm called to come.
They tell you not to come back to Haiti, but I don't have, biological family here, but I do have kind of family here.
Natalie Cross has been volunteering in Haiti for about 14 years.
When I first started coming into Mission of Grace, there was only 24 orphans. We have over 200 now. And who wouldn't want to come and help someone with the littlest things, like I said, make a difference to them.
This team from Mission of Grace Haiti does not know when they will be back on American or Canadian soil, but their message of hope and support remains in Haiti.
We all are God's children, so Haiti is the children of God as well.
For Inside Edition Digital, I'm TC Newman.
Did you just cancel the ride?
No.
The app says you did.
Hey, man, it'd be really cool if you could just drop me off at my spot.
Gang violence continuing to spiral out of control in Haiti, preventing that country's active prime minister from flying home.
The U.S. has agreed to pay for Kenyan peacekeepers to help with the transition. But as Steve Harrigan reports, the road ahead remains unclear.
As violence escalates in Haiti, the Pentagon is deploying a Marine anti-terrorism unit to bolster security at the U.S. Embassy. It comes after the country's prime minister announced he will resign. He's still stuck in Puerto Rico after gangs attacked the airport in the city of Port-au-Prince. Now, different political groups are trying to put together a transitional council and name an interim prime minister. But some people are skeptical.
They go from failure to failure and can do nothing for us.
According to the UN, gangs now control 80% of Haiti's capital city after raiding jails and releasing thousands of prisoners. The U.S. agreed to spend $300 million on Kenyan peacekeepers, though Kenya says it will not go to Haiti until a new government is in place. The Biden administration says Haitians will be the ones to decide their next leader.
We know there's a lot of work ahead, but these are positive steps to pave the way for the Haitian people to elect their leaders, stabilize their country, and determine their future.
Meanwhile, Florida Congressman Corey Mills argues the Biden administration is not doing enough to help stranded Americans in Haiti. On Tuesday, he and his team rescued a group of 10 U.S. missionaries from the violence.
They were evacuating non-essential State Department personnel, but not the Americans. This is sending a direct message that the federal government only cares about government.
For now, the U.S. Embassy in Haiti remains open. In Fort Pierce, Florida, Steve Harrigan, Fox 32, Chicago.
Governor Ron DeSantis is sending more than 250 officers to South Florida over concerns about an influx of migrants from Haiti. The island is dealing with a spike in violence right now. West Houston Gabriel shares how some local groups plan to help anyone in need.
Florida is home to tens of thousands of Haitian residents. An increased number of migrants has been coming to the state after the country's president was killed in 2021. Just this week, the prime minister stepped down as gangs lead deadly attacks on the island.
I'm tired of the lives, people dying in Haiti. I'm tired of the level of violence that we have in Haiti.
Tessa Petit is from Haiti and is the executive director of the Florida Immigrant Coalition. Losing their prime minister brings concerns about the violence getting worse.
We are also initiating some advocacy to get support from local or federal government.
And so for us here that live in Central Florida, where we would normally like to travel, to and from, to see family, for business especially, we're having troubles. We've been having troubles.
Jean Perpelant Jr. is the president of the Greater Haitian American Chamber of Commerce. Without a stable government, he says there's not much Orlando's consulate of Haiti can do.
There's so many segmented opportunities, but there's not a solidified or a collated opportunity to say, hey, everybody go here.
Which is why he and other groups are working to create a coalition to support families escaping the violence. He's urging the community to join them by contacting their elected officials.
The more that we can put light on this, is the sooner that we can see stability come back to the region.
It's how people are dying that's getting worse. And I hope that the world can look and say and learn from it, because when you see it happening and you do nothing about it, it's just going to worsen.
In Orange County, Snaiga Brigadagis, WASH 2 News.
And some local groups in the Haitian community will host a town hall on Friday to come up with more action plans. It will start at 8 p.m. in Pine Castle.
Okay, let me show you why I recently canceled my expensive doorbell subscription service. This brand new subscription-free.
Let's get you to this. Haiti in crisis. Leaders are scrambling to form a new government after the prime minister stepped down. The Caribbean country is caught in another vicious cycle of lawlessness as armed gangs overtake the streets. Steve Harrigan is following the story live in Fort Pierce, Florida. And Steve, I know you know the country well. It's been a mess for about a year. I mean, it's never been great, unfortunately, for them. But right now, it seems it's worse than ever.
It certainly is. It's a scary situation for people on the ground there because it's a real power vacuum. No one really knows what's going to happen next. Just how bad is it? Well, the acting prime minister can't even get back to his own country after he resigned. He's stuck in Puerto Rico. That's because violent gangs have attacked the airport. They control now 80% of the city of Port-au-Prince. They've attacked jails and freed thousands of prisoners. Different political groups are trying to come together to agree on the appointment of a new prime minister, but it's not clear that people will accept what they're told.
How many times has it come here? They go from failure to failure and can do nothing for us.
The U.S. has agreed to spend $300 million on Kenyan peacekeepers, but the Kenyans say they're not going to go to Haiti until a government is in place. U.S. officials have been clear that it will be the Haitians who decide on their next leader.
It's not for us to make the call on who leads Haiti. It's for the Haitian people to make that call.
Florida Congressman Corey Mills carried out a dramatic helicopter rescue of 10 U.S. missionaries in Haiti who he said have been abandoned by the Biden administration. Right now in Haiti, the U.S. Embassy is still operational, secured by additional Marines. Dana, back to you.
Steve Harrigan, thank you, and we'll stay on top of this
Sure
story
will.
as it unfolds. Just 90
quickly,
miles from
too.
our shore.
Yeah, that's right. Corey Mills is a Republican from Florida. Very impressive guy. He was on with Fox and Friends first earlier today. And well, let's just roll the soundbite. He went in there and got 10 of his people out already. And he did it. And he paid for it.
This is sending a direct message that the federal government only cares about government, not about the American people. This is the wrong thing to say, and I can tell you, I don't subscribe to that. If Americans are abroad and they're in trouble, I'm going to come to their aid, and if Biden's not willing to do his job, I'll do it for him.
Just one more thing about this impressive guy. So before he was in Congress, he started a nonprofit that does this kind of work, and he had to divest from the nonprofit in order to serve in government. He is so impressive and applauds. We applaud him for the effort that he's already put forward.
He's very principled and consistent, quite a leader. So we'll follow that story for you, get you to that.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Breaking news. If you're taking metformin or Ozempic, you need to see this. Did you know that type 2 has nothing to do with sugar? In fact, every single organ of your body needs sugar to function. Here's the truth. Most people continue to take blood sugar medications.
54 past the hour this morning, the U.S. military announced a new team of Marines has been sent to Haiti to bolster security at the U.S. Embassy there. It comes as violence in Haiti spirals out of control. And now that Prime Minister Ariel Henry announced he will resign once a transitional presidential council is established, gangs that control the majority of Haiti's capital are demanding a say in the country's political future. Joining us now is Jerry Straub, founder and president of the Santa Chiara Children's Center in Port-au-Prince. Jerry, it's always great to see you. I know that you've lived in Haiti off and on for so many years. You have an orphanage there. Your wife is a doctor there. What is the situation like for the people of Port-au-Prince today?
Oh, well, the people in Port-au-Prince have been suffering not only during this insurrection, but for the last 2 years. The violence has been extreme. Gangs would rush through some neighborhood and literally burn down 100 shack homes and force all the people out. And people were afraid to go out on the streets. And then this last week, it's been really intensified. All the schools have closed. There was no transportation. We're running out of food. Our orphanage is running out of water and diesel fuel. So it's been pretty horrific.
And Jerry, I mean, diesel fuel is so important for you and for your orphanage. You've got more than 40 kids there. How is this affecting that organization?
Well, we have to, the gas stations are all closed, so we have to.
Well, I ain't going to keep y'all long. And I kind of wanted to, in the end of the day, clear some of this up with the O. All right? Make sure y'all can hear me. Okay. See, in Owaspy, we got a whole book on judgment. Right? And let's go see what Owaspy has to say about the governments of men. Let's go see what the Creator got to say. This is Book of Judgment, chapter 35, right? Let me see, make sure y'all can see this, what it's looking like. Okay, y'all can see this pretty good. Let's get into some of this right? Let's shed the higher light on this, and man. And peace to the righteous gods and Nirvana goddesses, creator gang is in the house, man. And all praises to the Most High Creator. You dig what I'm talking about? Let's delve off into this and see what the O got to say about the governments of men and what we see going on around us today. Watch this. This is chapter 35. This is chapter 35 in the Book of Judgment from Owaspy, right? And God declares against the governments of man. So, true God, what you will be in time to come is declaring against the government. So, understand that the judgment is already in against the governments. Watch this. This is true God speaking. God said, whoever lives with the Creator is free from the Creator. Listen, watch be different. Whoever lives with the Creator or lives as the Creator in the ways of the Creator is free from the Creator. These need no man's government. Right? So in the sense, he's telling you those who follow the ways of the Creator don't need no man telling them what to do. No government. For why? Why don't the gang need a government? Because when we build our civilization in our little place, when we crack shalom here on earth, right? Why we don't need no government? For we, they, us, practice righteousness, peace, love, industry, and wisdom with due regard to one another. Now, such is the Creator's kingdom on earth, in which there shall be no laws made by man. Yeah, I know. It's just a lot of this is above a lot of people's pay grade, but it's not like religion. I keep telling you, there shall be no laws made by man. Neither shall there be what? Leaders or rulers. So when they keep talking about, your leader in OWASP, and would you allow your leader to do, what are you talking about? When we to get together, there is only one leader, and that is the Creator, right? Because in our society, we ain't gonna need no laws made by no man. We already know what's right and what's wrong. We just try to do that. That's it. And ain't no leaders, ain't no rulers. Who gonna rule over Cosmon? Is you crazy? Huh? The progress of man, listen, the culmination, the coup de grace, the final destination for man, right? The progress of man is towards this, towards a society where there are no man-made laws, where there are no leaders or rulers or governments. Why? Why are there no rulers, no governments, or none of that? Because we will already be practicing righteousness, peace, love, industry, and wisdom. What can you tell these people if they already doing this? You feel me? Creator said, the progress of man is towards this. The progress of the governments of man should shape towards such a consummation. So they're saying the governments of man should be leading people towards a point to where they don't need them. A good government is like a good father. He tries to give you the stuff that you need to prepare for you to once you go out there and go on your own. Your government should be doing that for you also. Right? The time was when laws were required for all things, even to the manner of a man coming in and going out of a house, and to every occupation that followed man, and that man followed, with licenses, taxes regulating them. We still see this today. A time of apprenticeship to a barber, a weaver, lawyer, preacher, physician. Hold on. This is called indenturement. Also misappropriated as slavery many times. Remember, they don't owe you for slavery. So if they ever had to explain that this was really an apprenticeship, an indenture, right? Well, then they owe you for back pay. If they warred against you and took you out of your natural right standing, they owe those people. They don't owe slaves. You see why the slave narrative is so important now? With licenses and taxes regulating them, the same as today. A time of apprenticeship to a barber, a weaver, a lawyer, a preacher, a physician, smith, and to all other trades and occupations with examinations and passports or diplomas and licenses, same as today, to practice within the king's or our government's dominions with rates for fees and rights and privileges, right? Look what the Creator say, but these laws and governments were for the past eras. They were righteous in the first place, for they shaped man's judgment toward perfecting himself. But behold, a new time is in the world. Are you able to perceive the higher rate of light, that higher vibratory rate? They calling this the information era, the golden era. OWASP is admitting that, yes, this is true. A new time is in the world as a result of what? The acquisition of knowledge. Don't they call this the information era? A new liberty, right? As a result of the acquisition of knowledge, a new liberty has been born into the world. And it cries out on every side. Throw open the doors to all trades and occupations. Behold, the multitude are sufficiently wise to judge for themselves as to whom they shall patronize. Judgment is rendered against the laws of the governments of man in all cases where they prevent the liberty and choice of a man as to his vocation and knowledge. It is not sufficient for you to say, behold, the public will be taken advantage of by ignorant pretenders. You have no right to say what the public will suffer, and thus base a law on prospective damages. Uh-oh. They on the police head. You can't make something illegal because you think something gonna happen and it ain't happened. When the public have suffered, and when they themselves demand protection by such laws, then such laws shall be made. To make such laws beforehand is to sin against the Creator. Look at that. Look at that. It was said of old, you shall keep the Sabbath day holy. Right? It was said in the ancient days, you shall keep the Sabbath day holy. And it was defined what a man should not do on that day. Listen, judgment is rendered against that law. Nevertheless, listen clearly. Let's listen before y'all spill your coffee. I know you're in the car. Don't spill your tea just yet. Judgment is rendered against that law. Nevertheless, I do not put aside the practice. Right? Most of the gang still practice Sabbaths. But if you don't, guess what? You're not going to hell over it. If you don't, there ain't no negative knock to your soul. Judgment is rendered against that law now. But he don't put the practice aside. Right? You choose what you want to do. It's on you if you want to make any day holy. But if you don't, right, if you do pick up some sticks on the Sabbath, you're not going to get beat to death, right, in remembrance of your zeets. You're not going to get beat to death for picking up no sticks or cooking no food on the Sabbath. You're not going to hell for any of that. If you woke up late one day and didn't get it prepared, guess what? It doesn't strike against your soul. The practice itself puts you more in harmony with the Creator. That's how it's done. But to tell somebody that they got to do it, you dig what I'm talking about? And to make them do it is another thing. That's on that person to choose. And that's what the Creator is coming to reveal now and today. Freedom, liberty, emancipation, right? But the time has now come. Look what the Creator say. Look what he say. This is key. This is key. But the time has now come when man shall himself judge as to whether he will or will not keep any day sacred. Moreover, from this time forth, man shall not be held accountable. Listen, he shall not be held accountable as to whether he keeps or does not keep any day as a sacred day. Yet this accountability shall be upon all men, whether they will fulfill in wisdom and righteousness to the utmost of their capability. So if you want to do it, do it. Do it to the utmost. Do it with praise of your creator in mind. You dig what I'm talking about? Do that. But if you don't do it, just understand that there is no strike against your soul. It's up to you whether you will keep any day sacred. And if you don't, there's nothing wrong with that. Right? It's all on you. You must fulfill your highest wisdom. But is there gang members who you dig what I'm talking about? Creative gang members who practice the Sabbath? Yeah, I do. Mm-hmm. And they not on just Saturdays. So if you thought that's when the Sabbath was, you don't understand what a Sabbath is anyway. And you probably should ask us, how do you find a Sabbath? Just so you know I'm not hoarding no information or trying to tell you something that you couldn't go prove yourself. But you find the Sabbath by the phases of the moon. There's 4 phases of the moon in every month. Every phase change day or night, is a Sabbath. So on the new moon starts the month. The waxing gibbous or the half moon is the second Sabbath. The full moon is the third Sabbath, and the waxing gibbous is or the waning gibbous, the other hot side of the half moon, is the other Sabbath. So it's 4 Sabbaths every month, right? Sometimes there's 5, but it's not on the same day every week. That whole idea comes straight out of Babylon and its Babylonian calendar, right? It's directly from the Babylonian calendar, and to prove that the Babylonian calendar is the Hebrew calendar, they both begin in 3761 BC. This is where they get their understanding from. This is why it's year 5784 for these Hebrews. You did what I'm talking about, or 5874, excuse me. But there was a law. Listen, this get deep. This get deep because it go into a lot of stuff, right? There was a law of circumcision, but I render judgment against that law also, for it has fulfilled its time. And if you don't know why the circumcision, you need to get in WASP, and you will see that we are genetically to a point, right, that you no longer have to let the ladies know who you can breed with, right? This is how you knew who was who, because the faithists or Israelites, the Essenes, the Nazarenes, the Vedic, the Hotian, the Algonquins of America circumcised themselves. You dig what I'm talking about? So this is how you knew it was safe to breed with this person, right? But we are at a point to where I think it is roughly 99% of all people are capable of resurrection. So there's no point to the to why you would need to do that practice anymore. But is it saying that if you circumcise your child or yourself or you have got circumcised, you now in sin or no? And if you want your child circumcised for the same reason that it's because of that Israelite stock in your blood, or that line of light as proof that, you know, you are of this stock. Well, keep doing it. It's up to you. But if your child didn't get circumcision, that don't mean that he can't rise to the higher heavens like it used to. It don't mean that no more. You dig what I'm saying? There was a law of circumcision, but I render judgment against that law also, for it has fulfilled its time. This law I put aside in practice, but I give permission to the adult to have himself circumcised according to his own judgment. It's on you. Whatever you gonna do is right for you. Judgment is also rendered against what? Infant baptism. Y'all doing all these christenings and all that stuff. Watch out. And I put aside this law also, and I make it an abomination. Now that's different. Because how you washing away sins of a person who hasn't sinned yet? Nevertheless, when a child has reached 14 years of age, and it chooses of its own accord to be sprinkled with water. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Hold on. My bad. Nevertheless, when a child has reached 14 years of age and it chooses of its own accord to be sprinkled with water to conform to the rites and ceremonies, then that child shall be thus baptized in the name of the Creator, but not in the name of God. Right? Listen, judgment is also rendered against infant baptism. And I put aside this law also, and I also make it an abomination before the Creator. How are you washing the sins from a sinless human? Right? Nevertheless, when that child has reached 14 years of age and it chooses its own accord to be sprinkled with water to conform to the rites and ceremonies, then that child, right, when it's old enough to choose, shall thus be baptized in the name of the Creator, but not in the name of a God or any Lord or any Savior, Jeebus, or any angel, Raphael, Michael, Gabriel, but not in the name of a God or any Lord, Savior, or angel. This is wisdom, old man, to have no law or government between man and wife. I know it's going to be above a lot of y'all pay grade, but just even hearing this is going to get you to think, right? This will get you to think, right? Let me put this in your soul. This is wisdom, old man, to have no law or government between man and wife. This is what? Ignorance. To have a law between a man and his woman. You ain't gonna tell me about my woman, never. And ain't nobody gonna tell my wife about me. Right? Yet, because there are bad men and bad women who do marry, it has been found necessary to have a law between man and wife regarding their duties. You've heard about these so-called manly and wifely duties, right? Well, they came into the world because there are low vibratory men and women who do get to who do marry each other, right? But this is what they want to tell you, right? This is why it's ignorance to have a law between a man and a wife, right? Let me show you why. Consider how wrong it is to have a law between a good man and a good wife. Now we know between the bad men and bad women who do marry, you know what I mean? It's necessary to have laws for them, but a good husband and a good wife, right? Think of how stupid it is to have a law between these two good people in regarding their duties. How you gonna tell a good daddy to be a good daddy? Huh? I'm already doing it, pimp. What are you talking about? How you gonna make a law to tell me to be a good father, a good husband, a good man? And basically, and especially when I'm treating my woman good, who is anybody anywhere in the world to try to tell me how the interaction should go between me and my woman, especially when we always good to each other. See, that's ignorance to have a law between a good man and a good wife. Now, between the bad one, yeah. But the good one, especially regarding what they should be doing, remember, they're already doing. Right? Look what the Creator say, though. Let's go further. Look what the Creator say. Creator say, it is better for them, who? The good man and the good wife, to be thrown upon their own love and judgment. What government can come in and govern the love of a good man and a good wife? It can't be done. It is ignorance to try to. Because what you're going to do at that point is interfere. I gave governments and laws to all people in the following manner. To the bad and to the evil-minded, rigid laws with many details. But to the wise and good, I come now as an emancipator, saying, go, and without laws and government, fulfill your destinies according to your own judgment, not into no book, not according to no God, no Savior, no angel, no Lord, but according to your judgment, fulfill your destiny, so that you may be an honor and a glory to the Creator. See, in Cosma, which is today, right? Let me light this up. In Cosma, which is today, right? Man shall no longer be driven in yoke and harness. He shall stand upright before the Creator, practicing his highest light with rejoicing, being a free man and a brother, listen, being a free man and a what? Not a slave to his God, not a praiser of his God, but a brother to his God. This is God speaking. Let that sink in for a minute. God is your brother, not the father. You and your brother, right? Guess what? Y'all have the same father. Him named Jaja. Him upstairs named Jaja. Named Jehovih, Ormaz, the Most High, El Elyon. They're all titles. We don't quibble over names over here. Huh? His name is the sound that the wind makes. E-O-Wah. Huh? This is why today in modern English you get Jehovah. You're not going to be a slave to your God. Your God is your brother. Behold, the people of the city, the world's people. Behold the world's people, right? And the religions. Listen, they have a custom of eating bread and drinking wine, right? Saying, like the worshipers of the Baal god, this is the ancient blood gods of the past. Eat of this, for this is my flesh, and drink of this, for this is my blood, signifying that which you do was commanded by me, God of heaven and earth. Yeah, this is called the Eucharist. When they say eat of this, we take that little cracker that's supposed to represent the body. That is cannibalism, right? That old, you drink the little juice in church. That symbolizes drinking the blood of a man, the blood of Jesus. That's cannibalism. But what y'all don't know is that in the ancient times, right? This is why the gods called for blood and sacrifice. That is a type of rulership, right? But there was a time where man on the planet, right, practiced this as a religion. And not only did he literally eat a man's flesh, but he literally drank his blood too, in dedication to these bloody gods. You see them in even in Bible. You would know them as Molech or Chayun or Baal, or even the biblical God who accepted child sacrifice. You dig what I'm talking about? That type of understanding in spiritual rulership is called right here, it is called Baugen God. Right? The actions of the bloody gods are called Baugen God. It is a enforced type of rulership. Bao means lion or force. Gan is man and God is God. Right? So it's a type of rulership that the gods was under or was placing upon man. This is why you see many the gods got all these blood rituals going on. You know what I mean? Like if I'm not mistaken, Leviticus 1, where they teach you how to do the sacrifice, all that is of the false gods. That is called the Baugen God. This is why later on the God of the Bible comes back and tells them, yo, I didn't tell y'all to do that. I didn't tell y'all to sacrifice no goats and bullocks and all that stuff. You were sacrificing that to Chayun. You were sacrificing that to Molech. You see what I'm saying? I didn't tell you to do that. The rules that they gave you in the Levitican laws are directly from the Baugen God, right? This is why you sacrificed your children, because you got duped by a false god who you're still praising today in your Bible. I'm just saying. Anytime you see a blood sacrifice, this is why. This is the why of the blood sacrifice, right? They got this. They got the Eucharist where they say, drink this, eat this, for this is of my flesh, and drink this, for this is of my blood, signifying that which they do was commanded by God of heaven and earth. But look what he said. Judgment is rendered against this custom, against the Eucharist, right? With abhorrence. Moreover, from now on, it shall be known as blasphemy against Creator. This eating of the flesh and drinking of the blood. Oh, it's symbolism. We just acting like we doing that, Cosmo. Let's see what the Creator say. Your God has never Your God has never, ever, your God has never, ever, forever, ever. He has never, ever commanded man to eat flesh and blood. Never. Never is, that's pretty, I've never did that. Not once. I've never commanded man to eat flesh and blood, nor look to pretend that bread and wine were flesh and blood. Jeebus. Who is Jeebus? Remember, Jeebus said, take this cracker. This is my flesh, and drink this juke. Drink this juice, this purple juice. And that's like my blood. But true God said, I never said that. Just like he did in the Bible. Now who you gonna listen to? True God said, I never even asked you to pretend. Not only did I never tell you to eat flesh and blood, I never asked you to pretend that bread and wine were flesh and blood. Nor did I command them to be eaten in remembrance of the flesh and blood of any man born of woman. Yeshua. Jeebus. I didn't ask you to fake and make that up. Where'd you get that from then? From your false God. Because only false gods would tell you that if true God said, I never did it, well then which God did do it? If true God said, I never did it, then it must have been the false God who did do it. And we see that their understanding of the demonic blood shedding, like we see in Leviticus 1:1, right? And how to slaughter a bull and all that stuff is called Balgan God and is directly from the false gods. Your false God taught you how. Listen, look, let's go back. Let me see, because they're gonna say, Cosmon, you crazy. Why you saying it like that? Why? Because your God taught and commanded man to eat flesh and blood. Arise, Peter, slay and eat. Right? He say, go into the shambles, into the markets, and don't even think about what you're eating. Paul. And then he said, and then Jeebus said, nigga, drink this juice. Drink this purple drink. This like blood, nigga. Yeah. Now you a blood. So what? You dig what I'm talking about? If you drink this purple juice, that means you a blood, nigga. You know what I mean? You eat this little cracker, you in. That because that cracker symbolized real human flesh. Y'all sick? Y'all see how sick and diabolical the gods are? The tricks they've been playing on us for thousands of years, getting us to fake like we into cannibalism and eating flesh. Huh? They also have a custom of decorating and draping themselves in black crepe or clothing and characterizing the same as a sign of mourning for the dead. Don't they wear black at funerals? Huh? Jaja say, judgment is rendered against such custom without prohibition. Jehovah creates alive, and the creator takes life away. For all things are his. Remember your creator with wisdom. Remember your creator with wisdom, and neither in your dress, huh? You could be flashy or whatever, you gaudy with 100 chains on, and you dig what I'm talking about. If you doing it because it makes you feel better, if it does some good in your life that allows you to do some good for somebody else, don't censor that. Right? Let your inspiration flow. right? And look what he says. Remember your creator with wisdom, and neither in your dress nor in your habit shall you censure the creator for what has been. Neither curb the full sorrow of your heart or your soul because of your brother or sister or son or daughter or father or mother has passed away. He's saying, let it all out. You know what I mean? He was like, but them dark clothes and all that stuff, don't be mourning. Don't be mourning. Why? Because boy, I done gave you the rest of this book and now you know where they going. You know what's about to happen. Nigga, I made her alive. I made grandma alive. I made your sister alive. I made your mama alive. Guess what? I take away too. I do this. Nobody else does this. So don't be sad. But or be sad, right? Let the full sorrow of your heart and your soul show, right? Because of your brother, sister, son, or daughter, or father, or mother has passed away. But remember, this is the key. Shout out to my sister Shebrew, 144. Rise in power, daughter of Jehovih. Huh? Rise in power, sister. Keep rising in power. We know what you're doing. We know what's going on. We ain't spooky over on this side. We know exactly where you at. Miss a saying, but you in the second resurrection, huh? You in the game. So you missed the lower resurrections. Right? They don't know, but we know. Look what he says. Neither curb your but remember, right? That the creator is over all his works and provides wisely for the living and the dead. The creator has said to man, right? The creator said to man, I gave an earthly body so he could learn earthly things. But death, listen, but death I gave to man so that he could rise to the inheritance of my heavenly kingdom. So you live a physical life to learn physical things, to prepare you, right? To get your spirit grade up here, to prepare you for where you're going to be born into in the heavens, right? Situated for your spiritual grade. So if you're doing 50% good for other people and 50% selfishly, when you die, you're going to go to a heaven situated for the 50s. Ain't that fair? If you do 75% good for other people and you do 25% selfishly, when you die, you go to a heaven situated for the 75s. Right? But if you in the gang, you instantly start in the second resurrection. You started your brotherhood, your sisterhood here on earth. Right? Proof that you've already been attained to and being worked with by the higher angels of the second resurrection. Why do you think our information always be over a lot of people's head? Because you got to be spiritual. You got to be good. Right? Because spiritual rate is tied into level of comprehension. So if a lot of this stuff goes over your head, that's because you can't comprehend high enough. You should probably change your diet. I guarantee you, within 30 to 60 days, things that you was contemplating on that you couldn't get, you'll start getting. You'll be raising your spirit rate just by changing your diet. Let alone you go out there and do something good for somebody else. Woo-wee. That's like a super saiyan. Remember in Pac-Man where they used to have the pellets? And then you eat that one good pellet and it power you up. You dig what I'm talking about? Remember them? Doing the power pellets, doing good work for other people without benefit, first of all, it is its own reward, but it powers you up like that spiritually. You dig what I'm saying? That's what happens to you every time you do something good for somebody else. That's how you follow the ways of the creator. You ain't got to believe in OWASP. You ain't even got to believe in the creator. Now you'll be ahead of the game because you're gonna be in the first resurrection. You know what I mean? Which is cool. Most people gonna start there. Most people have always started there. You dig what I'm talking about? Which is cool. And you're gonna learn, but imagine if you already learned that there is a creation for all this creator. Well, you ain't got to learn that in the first resurrection. You already on a different path. Right? You ahead of most people. First of all, you've begun. A creator says, let me put it to you like this. Creator says, to understand that there is a creator for all this creation is the beginning of all wisdom. To understand that if it's created, it must have a creator. If it's out there, if you can see it, if it's physical, that means it was created. Well, who creates suns? To be able to comprehend that high is the beginning of all wisdom. You ain't got no intelligence, none, if you don't understand that there is a creator. Sad, but it's true. That's the beginning of all wisdom. To understand that there is a creator, you already on the path. There it go. And then a dope part is to understand that it ain't God. God's your brother. You ain't praising your brother. Nigga has no creator. No. God is what you about to be in a couple years. Once you graduate high school, you got to graduate high school. Then you can go to the higher realms of schooling and learning where you turn into God. But to man, I gave an earthly body to learn earthly things, but death I gave to man so that he could rise to the inheritance of my heavenly kingdom. OWASP was also created. It says not only for you to be able to hear the creator's voice, real, live time, no spookiness, no trances, no meditation, no yoga, no none of that. You could be in the middle of working out. Right? You could be in the middle of sitting on the toilet and you know how to hear. His whole purpose, OWASP's whole purpose is to teach you how to hear the creator's voice, right? And then be able to teach yourself how to see the heavens in real time. No spooky, no crazy, you won't need no pair of special glasses. You won't need a machine. You dig what I'm talking about? You go in self, right? But while you conscious, you could be driving down the street, riding a bike, walking your dog. You dig what I'm talking about? In the middle of play. OWASP's whole purpose is to teach us how to see the heavens in real time, live, no medium, no trance, no, you don't need nobody. And then not only be able to hear the voice of the creator and see the heavens in real time, right? But to also of an assurity teach you where you're going to go after you die. You will know, once you get into this OWASP, you will know where you're going to go after you die and why you're going there. This is a judgment you make on yourself. Look what he say. He says, this is God talking about the creator, appoints a time to all, to some an hour, to some a year, to some 100 years. Everyone fulfills to result in wisdom and happiness and for the glory of the Almighty. So that alone right there should give y'all a little boost. You got to let people do them. You dig what I'm talking about? Some people it's going to take an hour. Some people it's going to take 100 years. Some people it's going to take 2 seconds. They see the light and they like, oh yeah, you know what? You're right. I'm going to go this way. Some people would take them getting hit over the head 100 years. Boop. I don't get it, bro. Boop. Well, how many? I don't understand. Boop. Well, how many lumps do you want, sir? Oh, 3 or 4. You dig what I'm talking about? It take people to get lumped over their head 100 times to get it. But guess what? In the end of the day, you must get it. And Jaja will take you through every experience needed till you learn. Huh? I think we're gonna get into message to the Israelites, the aka Jews, a little later, man. I'll come back a little later, dive off into this OWASP, into this book of judgment a little further. We'll get off into that with the message to Israel for today. You dig what I'm talking about? A lot of people think we be hating on Israelites. No, y'all are brothers, and we trying to wake y'all up, bring y'all on back to the Creator. You dig what I'm saying? You know, the thing is pinned at the top of the chat. Anybody want to come in, build with your boy real quick? Just for a second. Anybody want to come in, man? You dig what I'm talking about? We're not saying y'all Israelites. I'm just saying y'all been duped. We're not saying you're not Israel. I mean, but we wouldn't be able to tell you Israel by your actions. If you judging that you are Israelite by the actions of what goes on in the Bible, well then no, you're not an Israelite. You're a Jew. And Jews and Israelites are not the same thing. Yeah. One of them is a wannabe. Yeah. You dig what I'm talking about? All that Hebrew Israelite stuff. You dig what I'm talking about? We know who they is today. Y'all Jews, and y'all claim to be from the tribes of Judah. Well, guess what? The Israelites wasn't in them tribes. The Jews come out of them tribes. You dig what I'm talking about? I know they bet not mention us. I see you, Benny. You dig what I'm talking about? You disappointed me, bro, the other day, man, when you showed your cowardice, man. The brother was calling you out to have a little conversation with you. You dig what I'm talking about? And Daryl Cosmon is probably the coolest of all of us, bro. And you was a coward, bro. You ran. Couldn't shut your mouth. You was emotional like a little girl. You couldn't keep it real. That was crazy. Oh, now you want to hit the line. Let's talk. Here we go. What up, dog?
What up?
What's going on, bro?
So we got some unfinished business.
Well, you shouldn't have ran yesterday. We could have finished it.
No, I wasn't running. I didn't run anywhere. See, there you go, create narratives again. I don't do that.
Well, then why didn't you come back in the chat? We waited on you. You was in the chat.
Right. I was in the chat. And what did I tell you? I said, if we was going to talk like men, let's talk like men. I don't need nobody telling me I wasn't charged. Y'all was creating narratives, talking about I was charged. I wasn't charged. I'm all about getting to the truth. I don't play no games. I don't play no games when it comes to this book. My question for you,
before you get to talking, let's clear this up. Right? Did you come in the chat room yesterday telling us that this book was about Lamech of Cain and not Lamech of Noah?
No, that's not what I did. See, that should have been your first question.
I
See,
put it up.
your
Wait a
first,
minute.
your first,
No. I asked the question because the question is rhetorical. You put it in the chat. I put it up. I can pull the video. It says, this is the Lamech of Cain, not Lamech of Noah. I said, correct.
Brother, the only way you can ever get to the bottom of a situation is if you ask that person. If you ask that person, what do they mean? That's all you got to do. That's all I would have done for me. I know exactly what I was saying, and I know why I was saying it.
What was you saying it for?
I was saying to you the same thing I'm saying now after 24, 48 hours later. I'm saying the same exact thing that I said the other day. I said that Lamech, right? Lamech, whether you call him Lamesh, whatever, right? We all know that anytime you start using these terms and using these words, we got to be careful. Make sure there's not any Greek in there. Make sure these people are Hebrew people, wherever they're from. We know that if people use a word play with names and so on and so forth, the biblical Lamech, in my book, there's two of them. We don't go by it. We don't call him Lamesh. We call him Lamech also. Just like there was many people that had the same names. There's many Pauls right now. There's Pauls. There's.
Hold on before you keep going further and keep. So you're saying that the Lamesh of Cain and the Lamech of Noah are the same person?
No, that's not what I said. What I said is there.
Well, that's my point. That was my whole point. That they're not the same person.
Right. So now, if we would have gotten past that hurdle, we would have gotten to some more important information.
There is no hurdle. You're the only one behind the hurdle.
Oh no. Okay. So listen to what I'm saying to you. If you're talking about my book, right?
I'm not talking.
You made an assertion.
I'm not talking about.
Okay. Well, you made an assertion. You made an assertion about a book that I follow. Correct?
No.
Okay, so is Noah in any other books? Is Noah the Noah and Naama that you're talking about? Are they? Where did you get that information from? So you wasn't. If you wasn't talking about the Bible, then I apologize.
Right. See, this is why you should listen more than you talk.
No. The account is still different. If we get into the truth, the account is still different. Noah, in my account, didn't marry Naama.
But hold on. Listen. Are we talking about your account?
We're talking about the same man.
No, we're not.
We're talking about the same. No, we're not. Listen, if we're not talking about who Noah married.
Listen, we are talking about Lamech of Cain, not Lamesh of Noah.
Listen to me. It doesn't matter.
Your Bible doesn't have the story of the Lamech of Cain.
Listen, I'm telling you.
Hold on. No, wait a minute. No, we can't get past this point because you got triggered about something you didn't know nothing.
I'm never triggered, brother. I'm never triggered. All we're doing is because right now all we're doing is mixing oranges and apples. Now, if you can show me,
but what you need to understand is we're talking oranges and apples.
Okay, so no. Well, then I want to get to the fruit. I want to get to the meal.
Okay.
Now you're talking. Hold on. You mentioned a man, right? You mentioned a man that supposedly has a daughter, right? That has all the same names as the brothers, right? Supposed to be connected to Israel, right? This story sounds familiar to me. Now, you got everybody's name in order except the father. Now there's a Lamesh and a Lamech. Well, in my book, all the names line up except the Lamesh.
Because you don't have the story of Lamesh. That's why it don't line up. This is why I keep telling you, you talking about apples. You talking about Bible. I'm talking about.
Okay.
Listen, be quiet. Bro, you can hold on. Stop. Stop, bro. Stop. You talking about Bible. Nobody brought up the Bible yesterday. I'm talking about a story Remember, okay, first of all, let's get this understood. When Ezra wrote down the Tanakh in circa 450 BC, it had 204 books in it total. 204 just in the Tanakh, right? Many of those books.
Wait. Are we talking about the Bible or are we not?
Hold on. Listen.
Because I'm getting confused. If we're not talking about the Bible, why are we mentioning this?
Listen, because you're confused. That's why we're mentioning.
I'm not. Listen, bro. The only thing that's confusing is these names that you're trying to twist up. Now we're talking about.
Then, bro, you got to hold on. You listen. You got 2 ears and 1 mouth. Do 2 times more listening than you do talking, and you won't be confused.
Listen, bro.
Just follow me for a minute, Benny. Stop. Remember, how do you have pushback against something you don't know about? That's called cognitive dissonance, brother. And that's when you get triggered.
Brother, listen, just explain to me, before you diagnose me, just explain your information to me so I can make it clear, because I know ultimately it goes to somebody in my book named Noah. And your account, you connected right directly to the children of Israel.
Okay,
so I don't care.
Great question. Do you, in your Bible, do you have a book called Lamech of Cain?
No.
Well, then we ain't talking about your book, bro. We talking about.
So we could be talking.
Hold on. What? First of all, this comes out of the Vatican. The book I showed comes out of the Vatican. It was.
Brother, I know your source already. Okay, well, then, I know your source already.
What are you talking about? So what are you talking about? This text was deemed heretical. Back with Eusebius and all them. That's 325, bro. What I'm trying to tell you, what I'm trying to tell you is whether you believe it was in the Bible or not, neither matters. What we saying is, and what the Vatican is saying is, this was extra canonical text, but we're not talking about Bible. We just talking about the book of Lamech of Cain.
Okay, so listen at this. So now that you explain that to me, right? I'm saying to you that, first of all, anything that comes out of the Vatican, I'm not trusting or believing anyway.
Guess what?
That's first and foremost. So hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. I'm going to explain why.
Yeah,
because
why does your belief? Explain this.
How am I going to explain if you keep asking me?
Hold on, we want you to explain.
Go ahead, bro. Because I see this is the stuff I'm talking about.
Right. Okay.
There's one person talking. All you're doing is asking a whole bunch of questions.
Just chill. Just chill out. Just be quiet for a second.
I'm not under interrogation.
Please let him finish.
Yeah, just
Brother Cosman. Please let him finish, Brother Cosman. You asked a question, he was answering. Please allow that brother to answer. I hear his answer coming out. Let him finish that answer, please.
All right. Anyways, like I was saying, when you answering this, right? Go. Just go ahead, bro. Go finish, bro. Go ahead.
Thank you. Because if you don't hear the whole account, I don't even understand why you even got all these questions from me. Because all we're supposed to be doing is getting to the truth.
No,
now, I told you. I'm telling you. I'm telling you why. Because anybody that believes in Israel, anybody, no matter what, if you believe in Israel or any type of account, according to my book, who you mentioned, the man and his family, right? In my book, you named the names. You got to the end, the very end, it changes the entire narrative of Israel. Because if that's the case, if Noah married Naamah, then the whole entire line of Israel is basically tainted. It's basically tainted, according to you, with members of the Nephilim.
What is a Nephilim, bro?
It retained it with. I'm just saying, you said that this man's wife was being treated like a whore when my book said that Noah was one of the most upright men to have ever lived. Now, if they treated this woman like a whore and then he went behind her and married her, I want to know who she is, because his true wife was just the opposite.
Go ahead. Hold on. We having a conversation. You just can't dominate. This is a conversation back and forth.
I'm going to be quiet. I'm going to be quiet right now and let you go. Because
you asked the question, right? Now, the crazy part was I asked the question and I wanted you to expound on this part because you didn't get back to the question, right? And I'm gonna give it right back to you. We wanted to understand why your belief trumps our knowledge.
I never said my belief trumps anything. What I said was that I did not say my belief trumps anything, brother. Don't put words in my mouth. I never said that.
Why are we talking
what
about
I said was, because I want to know if we're talking about the same people. If we're not even talking about the same people, then it wouldn't even matter to me. But what I said was, when you started mentioning names, I said, wait a minute, that family line sounds familiar. And then when you got to Noah, I said, well, wait a minute, are we talking about the same Noah? So are we even talking about the same people?
Let me ask you.
So I was being confused on it.
I know. Let me ask you a
question.
question.
You're full of questions, brother. You're full of questions. I'm trying to give you answers.
Is Noah a man?
What do you mean? What do you mean is Noah a man?
The simple
question. Would it matter? Oh, no. Would it matter? I'm not talking about his posterity. I'm talking about his lifestyle. I'm talking about his wife. If the children of Israel's grandmother is a whore, I got to go look into this.
Remember you told me you know my source, so that means you already got the book of Lamech of Cain. Remember, you made that.
So then so listen. Then if I know your source, right? Then you already know that I'm just trying to figure out where you coming from, right? Because I already know where your source comes from.
Right? Where does the source come from?
Well, we don't got to get into all that right now.
Okay.
I know where your source comes from.
Well, the people who this comes out of what they said this was heretical text taken out of the Bible, held back by the Vatican on purpose. Hold on, you on mute. You on mute, family.
So let me ask you this.
Hold on. No, let me get back to the question because you don't understand what's going on. You've been sold a fairy tale. Let me ask you a question. Is Noah a man? Is he a flesh breathing?
No way.
Is he a breathing blood man?
So is that a real question?
Yes. It's a yes or no question.
Yes, he is, brother. Yes, he is.
Okay, so you have been led to believe Noah is a man, right?
I haven't been led to believe anything. There's parts of his ship in Mount Ararat. Wait a minute. You asked me a question. Let me answer.
Okay. No.
The only way we get to the truth.
Wait. Before you go further, you answered that Noah was a man, right?
Yes, he was a man.
Okay. All right. Okay. Go ahead.
I mean, bro, it's all of these questions and all this. There's no need to be. I'm not here to try to twist you up and none of that. I'm here to get to the truth, bro. Listen, if you speak on my book, somebody better know what they're talking about. Because, like I said, you started mentioning a whole lot of things after you started talking about this woman was a whore. Now, if you're talking about Israel and the same Israel that I believe in, and you're telling me that it's tainted, that means that I'm following something that's not supposed to be. So, of course, I'm going to come full blast challenging everything that you're talking about. And then guess what? It took me 10 minutes. Before 10 minutes was up, the Most High gave me what I needed. Within 10 minutes of you talking about it, I knew that it didn't hold water. If you were talking about the same people that I'm talking about. Now, like I said, it wasn't until you started with the ad homs and all that about the children of Israel saying, you know, your grandmother was a whore and all that. You started talking real crazy about this woman.
No,
you know,
I didn't feel crazy about the woman. She got her own book in the Bible.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, even if she was doing,
let me show you something, bro. Because see, what you
bro,
don't
listen,
understand,
hold on, bro.
most people don't understand is, brother.
Hold on, Cosmo Cal. Let me ask you. Listen, brother, I'm saying to you, let's build. I'm saying to you that even if she was a whore, what does that mean for the children of Israel?
Well, I'm telling you, the children of Israel and who these people are commonly descended from today. First of all, let me get this understood to you. Nama didn't exist. Noah is not a man. Let me show you what Noah is. It's an allegory, brother, for real events that actually happened. Let me show you something. Noah is a time. Noah is a time. Remember?
Hold on, brother.
Watch. Hold on. I got to take you here. I got to take you here first because I got to show you the timetable of prophecy. Can you see this? Can you see your screen? Let me make sure that's showing.
Yeah, I'm looking, brother. Yeah, I see it.
Now you see right here, 17. Oh, let me get back here. Now I know you can see it. Let me go up here to the top and show you what's going on. Right? See right here, see these cycles, years from BC to the Common Era, and you got this BK to the AK. This is called the timeline of prophecy. This is how you tell time. We don't need no clock. We don't need no Gregorian calendar. We don't need no Justinian calendar. We don't need nobody in the world to tell us when, where we are, right? So see these cycles? See the first cycle? It's a 3,000 year span of time from 71,523 BC to 68,523 BC, a 3,000 year what? A arc called Wan, right? The Etherian angel over that ark was named Setantes. This is the very first god of the earth. He is an archangel, right? And look what happens in the very first ark. Man is created, called ions. And in your Bible, they are noted as Abel in your 6 days of creation story. This is why it's a story. But I want you to
hold on, brother. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on, brother. Hold on. Listen, obviously, you know I don't believe in that, right?
It's not about
obviously,
belief.
You know I don't believe
you
in
ain't gotta
that.
believe. You ain't gotta believe.
Well, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Hold on. I'm just saying. Let's get to something more tangible.
No,
like,
this is
like,
the most
listen,
listen, bro. Listen, just be quiet because you're dealing with cognitive dissonance. Remember, you don't know any of this, so just sit back and just listen. Watch this. In the very first ark, right, which is called Wan, man was made. Right now, let's drop down to the 17th ark cycle, or 51,000 years after the creation of man. See right here, the 17th ark, which is a 3,600 year span of time, which started in 23,153 and goes to 19,553 BC, which is an ark called Noah. Noah's ark, the ark of Noah. Get it? It's a time. And guess what happens during the ark of Noah? The flood. It is a mythological story, bro. You dig what I'm talking about?
Bro, you don't. Let me know when you.
Story. Hold on, because see, we talking about space time, right? Right. This happened a Gadol ago. A Gadol is 24,000 year span of time. Watch this. Let me share this with you. This is from the book of Aph, right? Right. Let me get you the introduction of the book of Aph real quick. Let me bounce that back up. Right. This is the book of Aph, son of the creator, being the heavenly records of Aph, son of Ninya, the most holy daughter of Jehovih, right? So that's his mama, Ninya, right? Who was the daughter of Jehovih, and his companion, Fiatisi, pertaining to the what? Submergence of the continent of Pan, right? And what, and this period, this ark of Noah, right, was commonly called the deluge or the flood of water. Noah is a time, not a man. Hold on. So Ham, Shem, and Yafet, we're going to get into them too, but let me show you. In the time of the world, 24,000 years ago, before the Cosmon era, right? The great serpent, or the Tao saying, the spin of our galaxy, being in the what? The ark of Noah, right? So this is 24,000 years ago. Now let me get back to this. Hold on. You get confused some more, right? Let me show you. We right here. Look down here. See the 25th arc cycle? Hold on, let me move it up just a little bit. See the 25th arc cycle, which started in 1848 and stops in 4848, a 3,000 years period called Cosmon. That is what? Our present time. If you go back 8 arc cycles, or to the 17th arc cycle, which is 24,000 years ago, you get back to the Ark of Noah when the flood happened. Noah is an allegorical tale told about true events. It was put in a story form so we could remember it. Right? And this is, let me show you this, that 24,000 year period, or 8 arc cycles, that is called one Gadol. Right? The figure 24,000 is a rounded number and is used as a synonym for the Gadol, right? Being the average duration of a Gadol, which is 24,000 years, which actually correlates directly to the precession of the equinox. Do you know what that is? You know what the precession of the equinox is? You see what I'm saying? This is what we're going back to. We're telling the history of the earth. It's been hidden in multiple texts. Ham, Shem, Yafet are the first 600 years into the time or life of Noah. Let me share this again with you. Right? Even in the Bible. Because see, we don't bash Bible. We don't bash Quran or Circle 7 or none of that. We just go into the text and see what's there. Right? We just go into the text. Now, since you know Noah is a time now, which started in 153 BC. If you go and once you understand what a time and a half time is, time is 400 years, right? And a half time is 200 years. That's 600 years. So when they talk about times and half times in the Bible, that's how long they're talking about. Well, if you take that understanding, right? And we understand that the flood came in the 600th year of the life or the time of Noah. That means the flood took place 600 years after the life or time of Noah began. So that would be 553 BC. That's the exact year that the flood happened. But those half times, those 3 half times to lead up to the flood, 1 half time is called Ham. 1 half time is called Shem. 1 half time is called Yafet. That leads up to 600 years. But those are only 3 parts. But those are only 3 parts of a 5-part story. There are 2 other brothers.
Brother, I hear you, brother. Now listen. Now you gave me your thesis, right? Now what I'm saying to you is, according to what you believe in, if this is the case and Noah's not real, Okay, so listen, all I'm saying to you is this. According to what you're saying is that Noah never existed, so in actuality, there never really was a marriage. And if that's the case, then you shouldn't be talking about other people's beliefs. You shouldn't be taking personal attacks at the children of Israel or the Israelites. Now I'm not a camp follower, and I'm not affiliated with any camps. But I'm not going out of my way to tell them what they believe in is false, because they may have part of the truth and they may not. But at the end of the day, whatever they follow, whatever they believe in is on them. I heard you yesterday or the other day talking about a marriage like it actually really took place. A thought and a whore is not fake. That's real. If she was getting her gums busted, like you was talking about, and getting started out, that's real. So you can't be jumping in and out of what your belief is. If you believe in what you just told me, then we're cool, because a marriage never took place. And according to you, Noah's not real, so Nama's not real. The marriage ain't real either. So if that's what you're saying, then I'm cool with it.
Yeah, I'm saying
if that's what you believe in.
I'm saying the book is a purposely told lie. What I'm saying, I didn't say no.
Now you saying something. Now that's something. That's something.
Listen, hold on. I didn't say Noah didn't exist. I just showed you that Noah did exist. Time. I just told you.
Bro, you just told me that.
Bro.
What?
Hold on. Stop. I let you talk. You did what I'm talking about. I didn't interrupt you, and I ain't gonna interrupt you after this. But let me get it out, right? Because you seem confused about what I'm saying. You dig what I'm saying? I don't have to say anything. This is what's written. It don't matter what your belief about it is. This is what's there. This comes out the same Bible. If you think Noah is a man, and Noah and all the rest of that stuff is, this come out that Bible. So take this with it. Don't take the part that you just want to agree with. Hold on, bro. Don't take the part that you just want to agree with and leave out the rest. Just because you didn't know it was there, don't mean
get my personal. Okay, so listen. Forget my personal beliefs and forget everything. Let's just get an understanding here. You asked me if was Noah real, then you told me he wasn't.
Right. I told you it's a child's story. It's a children's
You told me
story.
You told me Noah wasn't.
No, I told you Noah
Brother,
wasn't
is
a
Noah
man.
real or not?
Noah is not a man. Noah is a
Well, what
time.
was he?
It's a time.
So he wasn't. So again, the marriage never took place.
Noah is a time that a thing happened.
I hear you. So now that I'm saying that he's a time and whatever else he is, I'm saying to you that then that means that a real physical marriage never took place.
That's what's being brought out.
That's all then we're cool, because it's not real, and that's all that matters to me. If it's a time and the sort of time, whatever it is.
Right, but that lends to the rest of the book too.
Well, listen, my only issue with you was this right here. So whatever other issues you got with the book, then that's the personal thing.
I don't have
and
no
like I said, I'm saying to you that I got my answer. I'm good, brother. I'm good. Noah to you is not real. So we don't have any issues. So I'm fine.
It's not a man.
Noah's a time though. He's not a man. He's a time to you.
He's not a man. Right.
Okay, then me and you, we don't have no problems, brother. We don't have no problems.
I want to show you that what I'm saying. Look.
Oh, I don't know. I believe it. Wait a minute. Listen, bro. I'm saying to you that I'm cool now. I mean, I believe you believe what you believe. I believe you believe in your
I don't
doctrine.
believe this
No,
shit. I don't believe none of it.
No. I'm saying that I believe that you believe what you believe. What I'm saying to you is that now that I know,
this is what you don't understand. Stop using subjectivity when my name is brought up, because hold on, I'm showing you the source. I'm not saying what Cosmon believes. Cosmon ain't said nothing about what he believes. I'm just showing what the text say. You can argue.
and I'm saying, and listen, brother, I'm saying to you that that's fine. But now that I know that Noah is a time to you and not a man, I'm cool. I'm cool. I'm cool in the game. Cause now I know, you know what I'm saying? Like you told me exactly what I was trying to find out. So as long as I know that he was a time, then that means to you that story actually really never happened anyway. So I'm good.
No, I'm not saying. Remember, I'm saying a flood did happen. There are boats.
No, I'm talking about the starting out thing and all that.
Oh, with Nama. Well,
yeah. I mean, I already know what I believe. I'm saying what I believe about the flood. What I believe about the flood, and what I believe about this account. It's different than yours. What I believe about this account and what you believe about this account is much different. But what I'm saying to you is now that I know that in your whatever it is you're reading and going by, he wasn't a man anyway. So I mean that's I'm cool with that.
Okay.
He wasn't a man.
We cool with it then. Let me bring in El Yao. Peace to the God, man. Peace to the righteous God. What's the word, bro? Take yourself off mute, family.
I'm trying.
It's going back and
wow.
forth. There you go.
Yeah. Islam is peace and love. Yo, brother, I gotta thank you again. And before I get into it, right now we're having feedback. So somebody has to mute.
I got it. Go ahead. That was Benny.
Before I get into all of this, right? It's like
hold on. Go on mute, bro. That's your mic. Go ahead.
We have to be cognizant.
Man, stop going off mute, bro. It's your mic that got feedback, family. It's your
somebody got to mute me.
Yeah, I'm not mute, family. Go ahead, Elia.
We have to be cognizant of the fact that other people are listening to us, and so sometimes we get into it and we're being unfair to the people because questions are being asked. Then we have to realize that when we come out like this and we place ourselves in front of people, we are like saying, even though we don't say it this way, we are the leaders. We are speaking to you because we have something valuable to say, whether we agree or disagree with what the other person is saying. I have knowledge, wisdom, and understanding that I'm bringing to the table to help save my people. So there was a point where you said to him, do you know my source? And he said, yes. Then you asked him what the source was, and he was like, I don't got to go into that. Yeah, you do. If you know the man's source, you got to state that you know the source so that we know that we're all playing on the same level.
Facts.
So now going into when we're told that we're born into sin, and this is why I say we Moors, we speak many languages. When we say we're born into sin, we have to put that with the sine wave. And now everything you showing is about time. And the sine wave is about time. Now out in space, you might not recognize time the way we recognize it here on Earth. So when we say we're born into sin, you are born into time. You are born into the sine wave. So there's a lot of stuff people say, well, that's what you believe. Now, that's disrespectful to tell us we lie in something. We know what we're talking about, and we can take all the books, mesh them together, and show you something different than what we've all been taught. And I'm talking about the Torah, the Bible, the Quran, and the Circle 7. When I hear a waspe, I hear all these things gathered in one. So I keep doing this to show the oneness in everything. So now to deal, you said that there would be no governments of man. And you said this is a government of God. And as Moorish Americans, we say we are a theocratic government. Theocratic means it comes from God, and then we execute what God wants on the earth as far as we are concerned. So we're a theocratic government coming from God.
Can I respond to that, brother, real
Hold on,
fast?
let him finish. Let him finish.
Let me finish, bro. Let me finish. This is what I'm talking about. You have to let, before you can respond to somebody, you got to let them finish.
I promise you, you're going to get a chance to respond. Go ahead, bro.
Because man's governments are democratic, socialist, communist, and all these other things that you hear as government and or socialism. These are men's government. But a theocratic government comes from the creator of all things, no matter by what name you wish to call them, you wish to know. We are, and our people, our spirituality make us theocratic. So here you have Owaspe saying in a different language the same thing that we're taught as Moors. And this is why I can gravitate to Owaspe so easily, much more easily than the Abrahamic faiths in the story that they tell. So in my closing for what I'm saying, we have to take all of this back to the beginning, prior to a Torah, a Bible, a Quran. And our people had a way of life that we understood. And that way of life had to do with astrology and biology. All these 12 tribes, there are 12 things in the solar system, and you have 12 body nerves inside of you. In order for somebody back then to do open heart surgery, which we know one of our forefathers did back in BC period, he was in the chest with the heart. So we had a study that we called alchemic that taught us all of this. So when we come down to today, our job is to go back to that original beginning that our ancestors gave us that made the whole planet one thought, one idea, and moved all the people along outside of they didn't know, maybe, we think it was. No, it was. And y'all don't have the answer for it. They drilled the holes in those little architecture things back in the day because they had the knowledge that is superior to what you're building today. This is why they claim they cannot build the Egyptian pyramids today. They can't, but guess what, my people? We can. When we tap into ourselves, we can rebuild these pyramids that were on the earth and build back our world. But the first thing we got to do is have respect for each other and each other's words, admit what we do know, what we don't know, and when it makes a little bit of sense, you got to be willing to go and study it. And you cannot tell me, no matter where, if you're just defending your book, then Owaspe will not make sense to you. But if you're gravitating to a higher way of life, Owaspe is going to make a whole lot of sense to you because it's all of our faiths wound up inside of this story that brings us back to our alchemic spirit that takes care of the entire world and show that we are Masons, not Masons. We are mommy's children on this earth doing what we do. And if you flip the word of earth, it actually spells heart backwards, right? And so the book is in our heart. We got to stop this arguing with each other out in public and trying to pick each other apart because there are people who don't have half the knowledge that we have, half the understanding, and they're all listening to us. And if we can't sit along and make it make sense amongst the 3 of us, 4 of us, 5 of us, then how we expect to do it for the next group?
Exactly.
I yield the floor.
I'm gonna let Benny get it after this, but you know what I mean. The brother is correct, but if it is that you did want to build a pyramid, you can only go in one spiritual book in the world, and it tells you how, the who, the what, the when, the where, the how of building a pyramid, and that is Owaspe. Go ahead, brother Benny. I'm gonna take you off. Go ahead.
All right.
Go ahead, brother Benny. You put yourself back on.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead now.
Can you hear me?
He put himself right back on. Take yourself off mute, bro. Take yourself off mute. I don't think he can. Hold on. I'm gonna unmute you. I'm gonna unmute you myself. There you go. Can you, bro, Benny, can you hear us, bro?
Can you hear me? Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, you coming in and out, man. Go ahead. He can't. Yeah, come on back in, Benny. The link is in the chat. But you right on point, y'all. You dig what I'm talking about? It's that higher light, man. If you looking for it, Owaspy, it's got something for you in there. It's got something for you in there. If you searching for that higher light, and then it can tie back your understanding to whatever understanding you come from. It's got something for you where you'll be like, well, dang, I didn't know that. Or, man, I never seen that before. Or, let me look a little something deeper in on this and why they call it this. And Owaspy got that in it, man. And then, would you agree with this, y'all? Many of our people, I say this, and I say this a lot, that today we got too much information. And it's not even about the information no more. It's about what you gonna do with it. You dig what I'm talking about?
And we don't decipher. We don't decipher where, like, you need somebody outside of you to confirm you. No, listen, I was 10 years old. I grew up in the Nation of Islam. At 10 years old, when Elijah Muhammad passed away, we were taken to the forum to listen to his son. I was there when his son told my people, yeah, now we're going to follow over here with the Arabs. And at 10 years old, my brain said, no, we not. And my heart said, no, we not. This is slave thinking. We just going to run around and take from somebody else. And we don't never build nothing for ourselves. We don't never come from ourselves. And the reason why is because everything comes from us. So we got to find that part where everything is coming from us inside of you, and then go speak that to your brother inside Star and see how that resonates with them. And that's why, again, this Owaspy is resonating from all these religions that I've been taught, that I've been shown. It resonates because we were born in sin, the sine wave. And now this brother is showing absolutely Noah was a time period. So then Cain and Abel, time periods. Abraham, time periods. Automatically take them to time periods, and you understand them saying you was born into sin. But they twisted it from time to you doing bad, to you not being measured up. They switched the words and the understanding on us. This is why we don't believe. We know. We're going to make that. Don't disrespect and tell me, oh, you believe, brother. You believe. If all I do is believe it, I didn't say it. I believe the New England Patriots are the best football team ever to play football. And basketball, hockey, I can pick all the teams that I believe are the very best. That's what I believe. And then they lose at certain times of the year and the championship because I believe it. But when I know something, it can't be beat. What I know can never be defeated. So yeah, when I hear Owaspy, it's my understanding in a different language. A language is more than exotic languages from the different. It's more than English, German, Italian. When you speak English, you will have a language barrier between an economics person and a law person and a doctor. They all have their own languages that they talk from daily in order to do their job. Fact. Then you come on the street and we have another language. So Prophet Noble Drew Ali said, we are many people with many languages, many cultures, many nations, but we got to be looking for that in each other. And some of us aren't looking for that. So I get upset sometimes and I say, well, you're a sellout. You're a traitor. You're a Mason. You're a fraternity person still trying to push that garbage down my people's throat just so they pay your economic dues each week and keep you in your car and house. When they don't have to do none of that because you was told not to do any public charity for anybody, wasn't you? So what are you giving charity for in the church so people see you? What are you dropping down to the floor for 5 times a day in front of other people? Why are y'all doing these things in front of other people when you was already told not to? This is our flaw. We're not coming to the understanding of knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of self in order to move us forward.
Correct. You dig what I'm talking about? I wanted the brother Benny to go ahead and hit the. I seen you coming in too, brother Dominic. Hit the link again, man. It said your thing. Well, you probably was in a bad spot with your Wi-Fi because that's usually when it say the mic and thing don't connect. It's just a Wi-Fi issue. So if y'all want to come on in, man. But I wanted to just show this brother, man, that the story that they told is a real thing, right? But how it was told, it was re-rocked, repackaged, and resold back to you in a story form. Now it's allegory. Now you can just go into the story, right, and pick and choose what part that you want, to believe in. You dig what I'm talking about? Or pull a message from. When initially, this was an event that was so cataclysmic that it was marked onto the memory, into the roots and DNA of man himself. This is why there is not one civilization that has walked this earth in the last 25,000 years that did not have a flood mythos. It don't matter if they're not even here no more. Every one of them had a flood myth where somebody jumped on a boat, or a great cataclysm happened, or some land sunk, or some land rose up, or and some people got on some boats and they went on and repopulated the planet. Everybody had that story. Why?
Yes, sir.
Because this was a worldwide event that changed man. It changed his DNA. It changed him into something different. Like for instance, a lot of people wouldn't recognize that they have memory. Even if you're not from Europe, right? You have memory of the Black Plague, right? You have memory of the Black Plague, and you have memory of the Black Plague in your DNA, whether you know it or not. Let me show you that you have memory of the Black Plague in your DNA. Has anybody ever heard the song, Ring Around the Rosy, Pocket Full of Posies, Ashes, Ashes, we all fall down? Well, that is a story about the Great Plague of Europe. Ring Around the Rosy. What happened was rats carried fleas that would bite people, and when they bit them, it left a little ring around the little sore. Ring around the rosy. So it would be a little red spot on white people with a little ring around it. Ring around the rosies, pocket full of posies. People were dying, so the air literally stunk. Women walked around every day with posies in these little pouches, and they held them to their faces. Pocket full of posies. Ashes, ashes, we all fall down. Ashes, ashes deals with the millions and millions of people that was dying, literally laying in the streets, and they made these large pit graves, right? And they would literally just throw the people in there, throw the kerosene on them, and just light the whole pit up on fire. So hence ashes, ashes, we all fall down. This is what I'm saying. Go ahead, bro.
You know what's funny about that? There's a famous gospel song And within, I can't remember the name right now, but in the song it says, "God save a wretch like me," and they say that this is.
I once was lost, now I'm found. I was blind, but now I see.
Now, do you know where the author?
Amazing Grace.
Amazing Grace. They say that's this is a Negro spiritual. Really? The author of that song, he did so much wrong that they gave him like community service. In his community service, he wrote that song for his ills, not for anything you was doing. Not you wasn't the wretch, he was. And then they taught you the song, and you sang it and put it in your DNA for your children that you are a wretch. Then you taught it to your babies before they were 7, so they came up singing it the same way too. But then the author of that song, he was the wretch, and the community gave him community service, and he wrote that song into the church, and they made you sing it every Sunday. That's how you got yourself out of trouble and made, because they knew what they was doing. You didn't know. Right. So here you are singing the song. So now Ring Around the Rosie, see how everything fits. Everything comes together when you're seeking for everything to come together. But if you're seeking to hold on to only one part, then that's the only part you're going to get. You're never going to study. See, I did a study on time one day. I was going to write a movie, bro. I can't write because everything gets too real to me. So I'm going to write this movie. Time was a big factor in the movie. I'm studying time. As I'm studying time, I end up going into languages to where it's, I had to study different words and stuff. It said that those people who are Semitic, they naturally have the double ED ending in their speech. And here we are telling our children not to say edit and all of that, but it's natural to us, right? When I say I be going here and I be going there, we're told not to use those terms, but I be is an affirmation, one of the strongest affirmations you could ever say. We be, I be. You know why? Because when the Lord wanted the world, the Lord said what? Be, and it was. But these things are taken from us. When you search for the higher on the whole, you will find all these different little secrets and see them. But when you try to just push one agenda, we're going to keep arguing and fighting like this.
Facts. Shout out my brother Dominic, Harriet in the house, man. What's the word, King?
Peace, man. Peace.
What's the word, bro?
I just enjoying the conversation, man.
Yeah, man. You dig what I'm talking about? There's a lot going on in the world. You dig what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I feel.
There's a lot going on in the world, man. What's popping with you, bro? Talk to us.
I ain't shit, man. I'm just out on the road, man. Meet my old lady and shit. Listening to y'all conversation, man. Y'all shit. That sound very interesting, man. Especially with the when I logged on to you the other day. I think that was yesterday.
Yeah.
He was talking about the Pacific Ocean and shit.
Yeah, man.
About the island of Moon. About the island of Moon and shit.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah, that's
it's so listen, I'm telling you, bro. This your bro. Excuse me. They ain't that so strong. This your bro. I ain't gonna tell you nothing I ain't been through already. Then fell down, scraped up, got a t-shirt, been there, done that. Bro, get you one of these old waspies. This thing cold, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Bro, every question.
You talking about that Hawaii Bible?
Yeah, bro. This thing cold.
I'll be listening to your boy Shalom down in Atlanta, man.
Yeah,
he be having some interesting videos,
topics,
man.
Right? The topics.
Yeah, topics.
Interesting.
Yeah, man. This shit is interesting, man.
Like, we ain't talking about what everybody else talking about. Like, most of the time they talking about God. We don't never talk about God, really. They talking about God as creator. We talking about creator as creator. It's a difference. You dig what I'm talking about? So, the context is really actually very simple. If you don't come in with any preconceived notions or context or trying to push a narrative, guess what? Your narrative comes out of the story. Because this the dope part about Owaspy. Owaspy say it's not immaculate. It don't make the claims that Bible is making, like, oh, every single word is the word of the Most High God. It's not saying that. It's not saying that. It's saying, that the Creator gives every man direct inspiration, and that stuff that comes from angels, stuff that comes from gods, stuff that comes from men, stuff that comes from books, from sermons, are only second and third hand inspiration. So if the Creator give inspiration for a man to write a book and he write the book, by the time he get to you, that's third, fourth hand information. And you're not bound to none of that shit. You're not bound to none of it. But what hits you right? What sits good in your soul? If doing good to others sit right in your soul, you take that part with you. If doing good for the children, if that's right with you, if that's what's
What I
wrong,
believe or what I know is that you got to be righteous, man. You got to be righteous towards people.
Right. And this
You
is
got to
what
do. You got to be. You know what I'm saying? You got to do people right who do right by you. Yeah.
Come on, man. That's the whole law, ain't it?
I mean, that's it. That Bible, I've been listening to y'all topics on that Bible. I've been listening to that, man. But
watch be so cold. It say
yeah, that's still a belief system going out of book.
Watch me say you don't have to believe none of it. You don't even got to believe in the Creator. He said, the Creator said, I made the atheist too. But I made him how I wanted to hear. Because if everybody was a spiritual person, who gonna get down there and swim with the sharks and find out how sharks live?
Yeah.
You ain't getting in no water with no damn shark.
See what I believe in. Left lane. There's only one lane goes.
You dig what I'm talking about? You gotta have somebody who ain't scared of nothing. Who else gonna dive into a volcano to tell you that what the average temperature of a volcano is? A nigga who ain't scared of nothing. They call them atheists, godless men. Right? Nobody is taking these chances if you got any spiritual acumen and common sense. But if everybody had that, then the world would be stagnant. Nobody would dig into the mantle to find these exotic metals. And you dig what I'm talking about? We wouldn't know iridium existed. And you dig what I'm saying? And that has nothing to do with skin color. You know what I mean? That's what we got to get past. Yeah. You know what I mean? Because every man understands this. Every man understands this. Whether you believe in whatever you believe in, every man understands this. If you do right by me, I'm going to do right by you. Every man understands this. Every good man understands this. That to do something good for somebody else feels good. To do something good for somebody else, to be good to your wife, feel good to you. Not only is it good to her, it's good for you. This is why it's its own benefit. See, what we're going to explain, what we're going to go on and explain, Brother Dominic, is that spirit and physicality are opposites. And how you get rich or get big, strong in one area is the opposite of how you get big and strong in the other. For instance, if I want to get big and rich, let's say if I want to get rich on earth, I must constantly take in I must constantly hoard. I must constantly hold in to myself to become rich. I must take to myself, right? Spirit is just the opposite. So to get rich spiritually, you must constantly be giving away, giving it away, doing it. And this is why, if you notice, many of the people who go out there and do good works for the babies, even though they might be having hard times, they always get what they need. They say we need a well. Out of nowhere, people come with everything to get the babies a well. We need new bunks and beds and all this, and a new building. And out of nowhere, the building, some people coming up out of nowhere to get a building done. Jaja say, when you do for them babies, it's like doing for me. So don't worry about if you gonna make it, or if you got enough, or if you think it ain't gonna work. If you just keep working, I'm gonna make it work. Who gonna stop the Creator from doing anything? And he say, when you do for them babies, it's like doing for me. So I'm gonna make sure whatever you do prosper more than what you believe it can. If whatever you think is the top, I'm going to take you 1,000 light years past that. And then if you're doing it right, if you follow my way, if you're doing it right, you kept me in your sight and you did it for the babies, your stuff going to be in on ice so much after you die. Your organization will continue to affect the lives of little children. Because why? You done raised up other faithers. You done raised up other people who already knew that it was good to be good. Huh? This is what our communities is going to come on and teach. We are literally going to raise gods on earth. Ain't going to be no one Abraham. There are going to be millions of Abrahams. Ain't going to be no one Moses. It's going to be millions of Moses. Ain't going to be no one Yeshua, no one Muhammad, no one Prophet Noble Jew Ali. There are going to be millions of them.
And the sad part, brother, is they're already here, but their spirit, or how we say, like they've been diminished in themselves to not be able to execute on those levels of the names that you are saying in the way that we understand them. You're already here. If you're breathing, that's why I never understood take the Shahada. Wait, that means I bow my will to the Allah. Then I took the Shahada before I was in my mother's womb. What is the sense of me standing in front of men doing it? I'm a product of the Creator. Ain't this, y'all teach this, but it got twisted, and they're not understanding the twist in it because they only study from those one or two sources within their religion. A lot of us need to go back and just study theology from the colleges.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Take Theology 101 and see if that don't open up your eyes to what we call these Bibles and these scriptures and stuff. Theology 101 is a deep place to let you know just how close you are to the Creator without adopting all these other things inside of your world. Now, the word Creator, if you flip that word around, you end up with the word reactor. When you flip God around, you get the word dog or Ogden. And Ogden is one of those pagan gods. We're not listening, we're not studying, we're not reading from all the different places where it came from in order for us to know who we are today. And this is why our people are at the bottom and failing.
Can I respond to this, brother?
From lack of knowledge. You know?
Can I respond?
Go ahead, Benny. Go ahead, brother.
Okay, you can hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to touch on, I had some technical difficulties. A few minutes ago. First of all, when he was talking about, like, he said something about me checking the source and all that. It wasn't a debate. It was a discussion. When he asked me, I told him the truth because I did go and research it. I didn't want to get off on a tangent on his source because I have a problem with that also. So I didn't want to get on a tangent. I wanted to stay focused on what we were discussing. Now, I've been listening to you talk and some other things, you know, like there are always things that pop up. And he clarified, you know, what he was saying, you know, with what I had an issue with. So I'm fine with that. Now, what you're talking about, I believe me and you had a discussion online then. I believe this is El Ya, right? El Ya? We had a discussion before on the lines then about some of the same things that you're talking about right now. And, you know, just to throw my little 2 cents in it real quick, listen, there's a reason why you can't see things the way a God would. A God, no matter who your God is, there's a reason why you can't understand certain things. You can read all the books in the world. You can have the highest IQ in the world. You getting back to a state where you can think that you can see the things that God sees will never happen in the body that you're in right now. How do I know that? Why do I say that? Because you, sir, you're going to create bombs. You're going to create diseases. You're going to kill each other. So it does not matter whether you're in the word in the term that I told you online then that you shouldn't be using, which is the 3 Abrahamic faiths. It's the word analogy that specifically on why you shouldn't be using those terms and you still continue to bunch them all together when they're not the same. When they're not the same, because if you were reading our book or whatever book that has anything to do with the Abrahamic faith according to you, then you would know that they all can't be bunched on because even the 3 within inside one each other have a problem with each other because that one didn't read and understand the scriptures.
Listen,
again, so again, if we're gonna continue to try to get to a state that is outside of this body, there's a fast way to get there. But guess what? I bet you won't. I bet you nobody tries it. There's a fast way to get to a spiritual state. A very fast way. But if you believe in the same thing that I believe in, then you would know that that's against the law. So well, I hear people keep talking about. Oh, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let me just push back on what this brother is talking about. Because he brought up God and he said that you can't see through the eyes of God. I'm going to show you that is a lie taught by the religious, taught by the religions and the false gods. See, what religion does is dumb you down. They put an obstacle between you and your creator. It is usually called a savior or a God, right? What Owaspi is here to reveal to you that your ancient ancestors already knew was that you, God ain't outside of you, but you ain't got to believe Cosmon. Cosmon source up every goddamn thing. I got a whole book called the Book of Discipline where God reveals the who, what, when, where, and why of God. And I want you to start right here in the 3rd verse where it says, where this is the word from the organic heavens. Hear the words of your God, oh man, I am your brother, not the father. I was risen from mortality, which means I lived and I died. I was a man on earth. And I was risen to a holy place, prophet in my wisdom and my love. But look, for as I am your elder brother, this is God speaking. right? Not the guy you not the guy you mistaken as the creator. This is the son of the creator. But look, he died. He was risen into mortality. I am your elder brother. And look, this is how you prove you got God's eyes, and every man must approach the Godhead in his time. As I am your elder brother, so shall it be with El Yah. So shall it be with Cosman Cal. So shall it be with Dominic. So shall it be with you, Benny, to rise also in time to come and do what? Become God and look back to mortals and call them to the exalted heavens. Now look, this is very special. We've never seen this in any other text anywhere. Remember, this is true God of the heaven and the earth speaking, right? Look what he does. He says, to the creator, all adoration and glory. Now show me anywhere in any book where God praises something higher than him. It doesn't make sense until you understand God was once just like you. Look what he is admitting. All life and motion and power and things seen and unseen are through him, Yahweh. And look what he says. Neither is there an angel, right? God is the rank of an angel. Y'all don't know that because religion doesn't teach the ranks of angels. Lord, the guy that they praise as Lord, as the Lord, that is the lowest. The guy that they say is the most high is actually the lowest rank of the emancipated angels. But look, right? We want to show you this. Not only two things. One, that God and the creator are not the same thing, right? Hear the words of your God, old man, and distinguish that the two, God and Yahweh, the creator, right? The ruler of heaven and earth and the creator of heaven and earth are not the same two. They are not the same one, nor is your God. Listen, this is true God talking. Nor is your God right now today, who, by the way, is a goddess, not a god. Nor is your God more than what you, Benny, shall become in time. It shall be in time to come. Watch this, though. Let me go a little further, because y'all are going to say, Cosmine, well, how you know? You dig what I'm talking about? Look what he say. First mortality. First, you got to live a physical life. Then death, which is the first resurrection. Such are the spirits of the dead, angels dwelling with mortals upon the earth, where they abide, some for a few years, some for 100, some for 1,000 or more years. But look, this is the key part. This is the key part. Let me go down here and go to 17. Right? And then we're going to jump to 19. We're going to read 17, 18, and then go down. Hold on. Is that somebody just come in? Hold on. That's L. Yeah, my bad. Here you go, bro. Hold on. There you go. All right, hold on. Let me get back into this. Let me show you. As a kingdom on earth, right, has a king, right, or a president, and the president is nevertheless immortal, right? So in like manner is the heavenly place of your God, right? A kingdom of angels, one-time living, breathing men. And the chief over them angels is titled God, who is an angel also, a one-time living, breathing mortal. Yet nevertheless, the kingdom of your God embraces all the heavens of the earth. God is your brother, not your father. And it is also so with all the corporeal worlds of the atmospheric heavens, a God and organic heavens belonging to each and all of them. Watch this. Hold on, right? Let me go down here. Because, see, people think that the God of this earth is the highest. Watch, let me show you. Nor is this all. Right? Nor is this all. For there is a third resurrection. See, you done went to one resurrection, two resurrection. There's a third resurrection in which the angels rise still higher in wisdom. So we then went from elementary to middle school to high school. You see how it's working in the heavens? Nor is this all, for there is a third resurrection in which the angels still rise higher in wisdom and love and power, and are sent by your God into Etheria, midway between the planets and the stars. That dark stuff that they call dark matter, there are whole worlds in between. When you look up in the sky and you see one light and look to the space in between it and see and you see another light, just know that the space, that darkness in between it, is full of Etherian worlds, just out of your visual, visual part of the electromagnetic spectrum. The highest of all heavens, over which there are chiefs, who are gods and goddesses also, talking about over other heavens, with still more comprehensive attributes than me, true God. You see what he's saying? But look, this is the key, right? Therefore, I am like any other spirit of the dead. This is God speaking. He is a what? A one-time man on the earth, even as you are this day. So when they tell you you don't know God, well, they don't know themselves. That's all they saying. That's all they saying. They just saying they don't know themselves. So when they tell you that, first of all, you dig what I'm talking about. When you start to understand it, you dropping more information than what God is dropping. Then we got to start looking at this thing a little bit different. Because I'll ask any God anywhere, or anybody to show me the power of their God. Show me how a planet is created. Show me. Tell me how one is created, and then point to the mechanism that use it and make it work. Now then, it's going to be mums the word. It's going to be crickets. It's going to be a church mouse pissing on cotton. You ain't going to hear a word. But then you turn around and ask a man like me, like Cosmo, like any other faithist, how is a planet made? Man, we gonna break down the vortex, boop, back, show it to you, and listen. This is what's going on. This is what it looked like. This is what you call it, but this is really what it is. And did that back. So, who is more comprehensive? You, God, Benny. That's the trick. You never needed a man. Even Jesus told you, nigga, don't praise me. Praise the nigga who sent me. Jesus was been trying to tell you. Jesus told you, real Yeshua, he said, the stuff I do, Benny gonna do greater. Benny is gonna do greater than me. How, Jesus? How? The things that you do what I'm talking about, I'm gonna be able to do greater, but you the son of the creator. Well, damn, if I'm gonna do what you doing, and even greater, guess what? I must be also a son of the creator too. This is why we got to have an understanding. I ain't got to tell you apart with the Bible. I'm not trying to show you the difference. I'm just trying to show you there's contradictions in there if you can be real. Now, if you don't want to have a real conversation, then this ain't the place for you. Or I'm not pointing this at you, Benny. This is not personal. This is for anybody. if you can't be real first, if you can't say, well, Exodus 20 and 13 say, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not murder. But then in Samuel 15:3, God tell you to kill children and infants. And then he turn around and tell you, don't kill the innocent. If you can't be real with yourself and say, well, damn, man, you know, if you can't put your belief aside, your subjectivity, your emotionalism beside, and say, well, you know what, dog, it do say that. That's fucked up. I don't know why God would do that. He told me thou shalt not kill, then told me to kill. Something wrong here. Let me look at this. But if you can't do that, you can't even talk to a faithist. We gonna keep it real before we breathe. Bro, the book just say what it say. We ain't gotta ask nothing, add nothing extra to it.
And brother, before Brother Benny come back on here and brand me again, I for everything that you saying, there's also a verse that says, did I not tell ye that ye are gods? That seems to be ignored. That's number one. Number two, there is a difference between the creator of all things and a God. The creator made me a God. So that creator, we don't even know that creator like that. So now when Brother Benny tries to bring up the Abrahamic faith and say that they're different, I want him to see right now that for a waspe and being a Moor, this brother Cosmon just said that the creator is actually feminine. We as Moors say holy breath is feminine, and the holy breath is the actual creator of everything. So just when I say Abrahamic faith, please don't tell me about the differences within those books when they all say Abraham, and then they tell the same story with the same people. And you and I are diminished through their stories by our skin color. Those three books diminish us when they talk about Ham, the dark-skinned people, not the Negro. When you say I gotta read them, I'm gonna tell you again, bro. I grew up in the Nation of Islam to the age of 10. We read the Bible in the Nation of Islam. At 10 years old, we was told we had to read the Holy Quran. My mother is Muslim from beginning to end. I had to do Ramadan and read the Quran and its Jews in order for me to have peace in my house and go back and play with my electric football game. I had to read and I had to know. I went to Sister Clara Muhammad's school. We had to know the books, the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding in those books. And I turned them down. I turned them down and wandered through the desert for 40 years until I was 50. And I was showing Moorish. And the thing that got me about the teachings of Prophet Noble Drew Ali, he simply said, stop calling yourselves African American and black. That is not a people. And when I studied it, that was the exact truth. Then we were told to go study the law for what the law is. And as I read the law, everything that Prophet Noble Drew Ali told us in the law, it tells you about the Moors and the people they find. When you read these people's, like Columbus's diary, he talks about dark-skinned people when he landed on this land. Not no Caucasian, yellow looking, dark-skinned, olive-skinned color. That's me and you. So how do I turn around and deny all of that to give somebody else's thought of who I am in this world today, knowing that this black African American comes from supremacy, from holding me down? Why would I feed into that and feed that to my children? We don't study enough outside of these books. And if the only thing you are in this world is a Israelite, a Christian, or a Muslim, you're making a mistake. Because all you deal with is we have the Hadith and the Quran. We have the other thing and the Bible. And this is what we use to deter. Well, in those, I'm going to say it again, in all three of those faiths, they diminish you when they get to Ham. Because Ham is so-calledly a black man who commits the ultimate sin that put me and you in this condition we're living in today. And we're dragging our people out of it with truth that they can find within themselves. We're not asking them to go prove it anyplace else. Go sit after you hear a wasp, go sit in a quiet corner. by yourself. Don't say nobody else's word. Just deal with your inside and you're going to find truth. And the same thing with the Moorish teachings. Go sit down in a corner quietly and deal with the inner you. Find out who you are. Then bring that out externally. It's going to come out different. But if the only thing you feeding us is these books and their companion books, we got a problem, bro. And you cannot separate the Abrahamic faith. There are three of them. The Torah, the Bible, and the Quran are all claim the father of Abraham. All three of them. So for you to say that they're not, you're going against these interreligious faiths that are out here in the world. Because they all say it. The Pope even said it. Yeah, we're all the same. We all worship the same God. The imams say it. We're all worshiping the same God. So how do you and I come along and say they're not? I yield the floor.
Nah, you on point. You on point. You dig what I'm talking about? People think we shit on Bible, shit on Quran, we talk bad about it. No, I mean, if you take it that way, but when we're actually bringing the real about the book, because we're not adding to it, we just showing you what's in it. You dig what I'm talking about? You may not have looked at it this way. You may have been told it was one thing. But when you actually go in there and look, it's something different. It's something different. You couldn't have told me as a grown man, let's just say 15 years ago. You couldn't have told me as many times as I read the Bible that in the end of the day, the whole point of the Bible was to be, in this little Jerusalem that's gonna fall out the sky with God. That's the end game, right? You couldn't have told me in a million years, Yah, that it was gonna be male prostitutes outside of that heaven. I done read that book 1,000 times, but until you go back into Revelations 22 and you look up that word whoremonger, what a whoremonger is. Now, because look, they're going to say, oh, Cosmon, you making it up. There you go, Cosmon. Hold on, they say, you're lying on the Bible, Cosmon. That's what they're going to say. Hold on, let it connect up. There you go, Benny. There you go, Benny. Hold on, because they're gonna say, Cosmon, you're lying. You're doing too much. Now let me pull up this blue letter. Now y'all go ahead. Y'all got it. I'm gonna get in this blue letter real quick. Because they like to say Cosmon be lying. Or you putting extra on it, Cosmon. You're doing too much now there, Cosmon. Revelations. Let's get into, let me see. Let me go down a little bit. They're gonna try to say, Cosmon, you putting too much on it. You lying, add extra. You dig what I'm talking about now? Now this is the last book. Hold on, let me share this. Hold on. This is the very last book in our standard Bible. Right? I'm gonna put you on mute real quick, Benny, because you got a little feedback. This is the last book in the Bible, right? Hold on, let me present. Share screen. All right. This is Revelations 22. Now we gonna go up here to the top and turn the blue letter on. Right? Where's the blue letter? Here's Strong's, and we're gonna turn the red letter on too. Right? We're gonna go down here to verse 14. Oh, right now, the 1,000-year lake of fire, Satan being released, having a reign over the earth for 1,000 years, all that has already happened, and the heaven has came down out the sky already, right? That has already happened, right? So we're going to see what the end game is, right? So blessed are they, right? We're going to look, this is Revelations 22 and 14. Blessed are they that do his commandments, that they may have the right to the tree of life and may what? Enter the gates into the city. Now they're talking about Jerusalem coming out of the sky, right? This is what they're talking about, the heavenly kingdom, right? Right? The what? Right here. The heavenly Jerusalem, the abode of the blessed in heaven, right? The visible capital in the heavenly kingdom to come down to earth after the renovation of the world by fire. So we know where we at. We in the heavens, right? We in the heavens. And blessed are they that do the commandments, because they will enter into the gates of the heaven, right? So we know we in Jerusalem, but look what's outside Jerusalem. For without are dogs and sorcerers and whoremongers. How? And murderers and idolaters, and whosoever loveth and maketh a lie. But hold on, this is the key right here. What is a whoremonger? Because if I told you there was male prostitutes outside of heaven, dropping it like it's hot, selling fruit cocktail on the corner, they would say, Cosmon, you lying. But guess what the word is? Watch this. Can y'all hear that?
Strong's G 4205. Parnos.
Pornos. Look at the word. Pornos. Pornos. So let's go down here and see a pornos, aka a whoremonger. Let's go see what a whoremonger is. This is what right outside of there of the heavenly kingdom, right? A fornicator, right? A whoremonger. What is a whoremonger? A male who prostitutes his body to another for lust and hire. A what? A male prostitute. A what? A man who indulges in unlawful sexual intercourse. A fornicator. So Cosmon ain't adding nothing on to nothing. We just bringing out to light what's actually there. How you feel about it, I don't give a damn. My question is, why, if everybody done went through everything they had to do, you done killed off everybody, and there's only 144,000 people left, why are there still sorcerers, whoremongers, and murderers, and idolaters, and a bunch of people out there that make a lot? Why is there only 144,000 in there, and everybody else is outside, if everybody else is supposed to be dead, and it's a whole new earth and a whole new heaven? How do you prove anybody is a whoremonger? Who inside is proving that a man is outside prostituting his body? How would you even know if you on the inside? With God. God out there, is God proving that these men, there's only one way to prove that they male prostitutes? Okay, that's all I'm saying. But he killed you. You dead. Right? You dead in this end time. You never even seen the whole thing. You've been in your grave, in your stinking body this whole time. It's been thousands of years, but everybody else got to live, especially the male prostitutes. I wonder why they got to live. Which God said that they was necessary. to be here in the end times. And see, when we get to looking at stuff like this, it's not what Cosmo's saying. I didn't say this. I just look at what's in the text, and people don't like how we bring the text out. But can anybody explain why there are male prostitutes outside of your brand new heaven and your brand new earth, right? Why are they there? And how are they there? You see what I'm saying? Somebody got to explain that to me. Now, if you can't be real and say, Cosmo, that's weird as shit. That's weird. I don't know why God would do that, bro. You dig what I'm talking about? Or if you just say, bro, that nigga, that's some hoe shit. I can respect that. A man is going to say, bro, nuh-uh, that ain't cool. I don't care what God it is. What are you doing with the male prostitutes? How you know they male prostitutes? Who went out there to certify it? Who paid them? Who on the outside paying? Oh, they still got money? I thought, remember they was throwing money in the streets and praying, begging the mountains to fall on them and all that stuff. Money piled up in the streets because it wasn't going to be no good. But somebody got to pay the prostitute. That's the only way you can prostitute. Somebody had to pay you. Other than that, you're just being a freak. When you put it in common sense terms, a lot of this stuff, you got to be real, don't make sense. If you ever in your life believed a goddamn snake got up and said, yo, come over here, girl, let me talk to you real quick, you crazy. If you believe a donkey turned around and talked to a man, you crazy. I'm not saying that the creator can't do what the creator can't do, but guess what? He would have put a man there to speak. Guess what he didn't do? He didn't make donkeys to talk, or they would still be talking today. So if you can go out on these far-fetched errands of leaps of thought, you dig what I'm talking about with this stuff, you can go anywhere. My thing is, oh, excuse me, why are they there and who put them there? And why didn't God, if he gonna kill everybody else, why didn't he kill these whoremongers? If he coming back to do war anyway, Revelations 19:11, you dig what I'm talking about? Revelation 19:11 say he come back and doth judge war justly, right?
Brother, can I say something? I've been sitting patiently listening.
Yeah, go ahead.
Listen, bro. Listen, bro. See, this is why it's dangerous for this book to be in the hands of people that can't understand it. Because, like, somehow I knew that this topic and this conversation would get back to the Bible. It's not meant for everybody to understand. You're looking at one verse right now, right? I'm sitting here listening to you, right? One, if you know anything about our book, physical death is not the final death. That's first and foremost. Okay? A physical death is not the final death. There's another death after that death. Second of all, the Most High said that every knee shall bow and every tongue shall confess that the Most High is who he is. Now, if everybody is dead, how can they possibly do that? So what I'm saying is, I can look at this verse right and I could spin it myself. I can spin it myself if I don't connect it to the correct precepts. I could turn that into so many idolatrous and crazy things that it wouldn't even make sense. But to somebody that reads the book and know the book would understand. Now, if you believe in everything that you was talking about the other day, about what was going on in the world, I was listening to you. You was talking about everything and all the killing that was going on and what the Nephilim was doing and all of this, that, and the third, right? You was talking about how they was ravaging women. You talked about, you was naming them off. You had names for them. How they took all the wives and started doing this, that, and the third, and you neglected to mention. You neglected to mention this was the reason why the Most High was killing them in the first place. So you'll go from that, right? You'll go from that. And I was sitting there, I was waiting for you to just say it. I was just listening to you talk. You was talking about all the killing that these people was doing, but yet when the Most High said to kill their babies and not leave their babies, you didn't understand why? You didn't understand why he was telling you to kill them kids?
No.
Well, let me tell you why he was. Well, listen, let me finish. Let me tell you why. Wait. But let me finish. So you've been talking for 20 minutes, and I've been patiently listening. Just let me tell you. There was a reason why. Okay, you yourself mentioned that Og was still present, right? You yourself mentioned that one of those giants was still running around here, killing man and taking. Listen, bro. I'm a tangible guy, right? I like tangible things. I don't deal in mysticism and mystics and what could, have, should have, would have, this, that, and the third. All you got to do is go to different parts of the world and look around you and see all these structures and realize that you're the only race left on this planet. It's you and the animals. Yet everybody has questions about how did the hell that thing get built over there? Who made them cuts? Who painted on the walls? Yet ain't none of them around. You want to attribute it to yourself. Guys like, with this cultural thing. We did this, that, and the third. The black people did this, that, and the third. I ain't never seen no black person pick up no 10-ton rock and stack it as high as the sky. I haven't seen it yet. And when I see it, then I'll believe it. Right now, as far as I'm concerned, I want to go with my scriptures tell me. There was something else here.
So just so we clear, bro, what was your reason that there were male prostitutes?
Wait a minute, brother. Hold on. It's not my reason. It's not my reason. I'm saying to you that the scripture.
Why there are male prostitutes?
Wait. Let me answer, brother. Let me answer. The reason, the scripture that you're reading, excuse me, the scripture that you're reading, you could turn it and spin it into many different things. You have a question on why those people are there. I don't. Isaiah 14:2 says that they're going to be taken as servants and handmaids that's going to be up there. That doesn't mean that they're inside of those gates. If they're not inside of the walls. Now, if you read our book, you would know that historically, coming up through those times, there was always people outside of the walls. They weren't allowed to come in side of those gates.
Outside of what gates?
Oh, hold on, brother. If you're going to read Isaiah 14:2, right? If you're going to read Isaiah
22,
brother, say that again.
We in Revelations 22.
Okay, so listen. So hold on. Let me just say something to you, brother. I'm just say this to you, right? I'm gonna just say this to you. This is coming from somebody that reads the book, right? If you're gonna read that, okay. Well then, if you want to read that scripture, right? You're gonna read that scripture. I'm gonna break it down to your interpretation, right? Then no, the other ones that say that there's going to be people out there that's going to be servants and handmaids. These people that servants and handmaids, you think they're good people? No. Let's go and read how big that place is that's outside of those walls.
Hey,
go
Benny,
do the math.
Was your grandmama who was enslaved, was she a good person? When she was a servant and a handmaid?
Brother, hold on. I'm good.
Enslaved, was she a good person?
Listen at this. I'm going to answer, bro. Well, answer.
No, I just want a direct answer on. See, we looking at the word. Hold on, just answer this for me, bro. We looking right here on the screen. Hold on. We just want you to. Hold on, bro.
No, bro. It's like
why.
Bro, when I'm answering,
hold on, bro. Let me just get it out, bro. Hold on 1 second, bro. I got you. I'm gonna be quiet. We just want you to
Jeez, it's
expound
crazy,
on
man.
what your belief is about why that there are male prostitutes outside of the New Jerusalem that came up out of the sky. Let me blow this up for you a little bit, bro, so you can see it, that I'm not capping. This is Revelations 22 and 15. Let me blow it up one more time. Hold on. Let me blow it up so I can put it on the screen for you.
I saw it.
Okay.
Why you acting like I didn't see it?
Now we outside of the heaven, right? Because the people who do the commandments, they go into the gates of the city of this New Jerusalem. Now we talking about the outside of it. Why are there male prostitutes or whoremongers?
Brother, listen to what I'm saying to you, bro. Listen to what I'm saying to you.
We was trying to get your view on why they're
I'm trying, brother. I'm trying to give it to you, and you keep saying something else. I'm trying to give it to you, but you asking questions because I don't know why you do that. I don't know why you do that.
For clarity's sake. For clarity's sake.
No, it's not for clarity's sake. It's not. I believe in what I believe. I believe in what I believe in, regardless of what nobody else believes in. Listen, bro. Listen.
We want your belief on it. We want your.
I'm gonna give, and I'm gonna give it to you. I'm not ducking nothing.
That's all.
I'm not, brother. I'm not. Listen, bro. Listen. I gotta be clear with you, man. Listen to me. I'm probably like nobody else you probably come encounter with. I'm not a camp Israelite. The Most High, listen, the Most High deals with me personally, and guess what he does? He does things for me that sets me apart from people that look like me and people that don't look like me. And I'm able to say, look at what he did for me. I'm able to do that on a daily basis because he did exactly what he said he was going to do for people inside the scripture with a person like me. I'm not talking it. I'm walking it. He has put me above people in my family.
So you special, huh?
No, according to him, I am.
Okay.
Yes. According to him, I'm favored somewhat for some reason.
Well, it
wasn't because of me, because I came from the bottom.
Right.
So a person, they say you're going to know them by.
We there with you, bro. We there.
Okay.
With you.
So I'm saying to you that the scriptures say that you're going to know a person by their fruit. You're going to know a person by their fruit. If they doing a whole lot of talking and this, that, and the third, I'm looking at the whatever's around you. It's going to tell me all I need to know. So I'm not going to go into, I'm not going to go down that road, but I'm saying for me. So you was taking me right into my next segment because I was about to tell El Yah that, listen, this cultural thing about the black and white and this, that, and third, like I said, I just did a presentation online then about God not hating Esau, because that's what the camps say. You got good and you got evil. That's what you're up against. If you believe in some of the books I believe in, Nimrod was black. So the color thing don't wash with me. It don't carry no weight with me at all. So, like I said, the book does not say that listen, the book says this.
No, we was wondering, hey, listen, we was wondering, why are these male prostitutes outside of heaven? Let's not move the goalposts. We want to know why they there.
Wait a minute. Okay, so there's a new heaven and a new earth, right?
Correct. And we outside of it right now. Why are there male prostitutes outside?
Wait a minute. Hold on. Like I said, you're reading that scripture, but you didn't read the other parts about the places where they're not allowed to go. They're going to be outside. Even the Gentiles.
Bro, we talking about outside. Look.
Okay.
Look at the verse. It says, for without Because see, in verse 14, hold on, let me go back up here to 14 because I think you think I'm adding something to the text.
I don't think you're adding something to it,
bro. I'm just reading what the text say. Look, it says 22 and 14. Blessed are they.
Revelation, hold on, Revelations 22 and 14?
Yep, 14 and 15.
Okay.
Blessed are they that do his commandments.
Right.
Blessed are they that do his commandments, that they may have the right to the tree of life, right? And may enter through the gates into the city, the New Jerusalem.
Okay.
Hold on, wait, stop. Let me read it. That came this new kingdom that came down on this new earth, right? There's a whole new earth and a new kingdom that came out the sky, right?
Yeah.
My question is, right here, starting from 15, it says, for without. So we talking about outside of Jerusalem.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Talking about outside of it. There are without dogs, right? So there's dogs out there, and there's sorcerers out there, right? So there's dogs and sorcerers outside, and outside there are whoremongers that is a male prostitute. So we wondering why are these male prostitutes? How and why are the male prostitutes outside of the new kingdom on this new earth? How are they there? Are they there? Explain it to us,
brother. This is very simple, brother. This is very simple. And hold on one second, bro. Listen. Like I said, if you read about the kingdom of heaven, if you read the verses about the kingdom of heaven and how it's measured out and what it's for and who it's for, all the way back, even in the book of Exodus,
so
bro.
We're talking about after that, though.
You can go.
We're talking about after that. We know the dimensions.
Wait, brother.
We just want to talk about the warmongers. Don't go nowhere else. Talk about why they're there. We don't want to talk about nothing else.
Do you want it?
Why are there dogs, sorcerers, and whoremongers outside?
Okay.
This new earth?
Can you tell me why? Listen,
just tell me your understanding on it, why they're there.
I'm giving it to you, and you still talking. I'm giving it to you.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Like I said, if you want to know how to worship God, the same scenario right here of how the walls are built up and there's 12 gates, it tells you right there that they can't get in the gates. This is the same type of format that was made during the Exodus, or where when you came to sacrifice and to worship, which is what this is all about at the end of the day. Everybody. Now, what I'm telling you is that those that's here in this position right here that don't want to worship the Most High are going to suffer another death. The eternal one. The eternal one. This is what I'm trying to tell you. This way here is about how you're going to be end up worshiping God in the last days, and those who not. And the last thing you want to do is get to them gates and not be able to get in. That's the last thing. So what I'm telling you is, and what I'm saying to you is, this type of scenario was given to you all throughout the Exodus when he was forming the nation of Israel, the children of Israel, when he was forming them, even in the tabernacles. What you're looking at is a larger part of the tabernacle. Not everybody was allowed in there. Not everybody, even inside of those gates. The children of Israel can't go as far as the Levites go. They can't go to the holiest of holies. They may be inside of those walls, but there's restrictions. But the last place you want to be is outside of them walls. See, now what it didn't say in there, right? What I noticed is what it didn't say in there, right? Is if you notice, right? This is where I get on about the camps, right? all the people that you know named, right? It was very specific about what type of people's not getting in there. It didn't say the white folks ain't getting in there. It didn't say Gentiles are not getting in there. It was very specific. Dogs, sorcerers, murderers, idol worshipers. Like these are people of a certain character. So even this goes for even the tribes of Israel that's thinking they're getting in there based off of color and want to be so special. Again, I said this before a couple of weeks ago that I don't care what time I live in. I believe that the Most High God got my back in any situation against any race, culture. I don't care if you're a white Ku Klux Klan member. I don't care if you're an Aryan Nation man. I believe that the God that I serve will do things for me, and no matter what situation I'm in, to protect me from whatever it is, or show me how I need to protect myself. Now, you asked about my grandmom or whoever, my ancestors, and so on and so forth. See, this is where you get into the prophecies of the book, right? This is more tangible evidence, like El keeps talking about. He wants to do all these things and stuff, but you're looking at a book that was prophetic about your people and saying that, and then you're trying to compare it to something else just because of the Abraham's involved in it. The best thing about my book is it's prophetic. I can tell you about something that's going to happen soon, that's going to come to fruition. I don't see any other books doing that. And if the book is talking specifically about my people and how we got here, we're the ones with the biggest questions. If I want to go into the cultural thing and I want to look at this black man thing, all I got to do is just look around, look at my people. We're the only ones that keeps going back and forth with each other about, yo, we got to do this. Everybody got a plan, man. Yo, we got to do this, that, and the third. Bro, if I meet a brother that can do what you said and break down how to create a planet, I'm gonna say, brother, make one for us so we can get up out of here. Because if you can make a planet, you can make a ship too. Mm-hmm. Nobody's doing it. But nobody's doing it. So when I see that, that's an ultimate red flag for me. Mm-hmm. Because I've seen the Stokely Carmichaels, I've seen the Fred Hamptons, I've seen the Black Panther Party, the Nation of Islam, and so on and so forth. And all they doing is kicking the pricks, man. They kicking the pricks because in order for us to advance,
do you know what? My bad. Go ahead, bro. My bad.
Yeah, in order for us to advance culturally, I'm just talking culturally. If I want to get on the culture tip, in order for us to advance culturally, and our people have been, I want to say, mentally, physically, and spiritually raped. So there's trauma there. So in order for a culture to come out of the situation they're in one unison, it can't be word of mouth. It cannot be word. Our people are never going to believe somebody because they say so. We don't even trust the person around the corner. It would have to be with action. It would have to be from them actually physically seeing it or physically feeling it. If a brother want to know how much I love him, right? And if I see him hurting out here in the street, he don't want to hear me come up there with no advice and this, that, and third. I'm going to put some money in his pocket first. Because that speaks louder than words. It ain't about me talking, oh, you got to do this, that, and third, this, that, third. No, brother, I want to make sure you eat tonight. I want to make sure you got something to drink tonight. And those are the type of things that our people do not do. We talk, we come up with these plans. Oh, let's go to Africa, buy this, that, the third. Yet the people in Africa over there stealing, taking your money. Listen, the people in Africa know. This is what scares me about my people. The people in Africa right now are trying to do the same things that every other culture did with us. We are the biggest to the economy. So if you come there, they know that you're going to spend money on this dumb thing. In the meanwhile, they're going to take it because they don't think like us in America. They're going to take their money and build up their own culture. So we got Africa even trying to pimp us because they've seen how we've been used by these other countries in order to build a nation. So if my people are special like the book says, Well, no wonder everywhere we go, that country prospers. You gotta wake up, man.
No. Hey, look, bro, we with you, man. But look, I don't want to give you what Cosmon got to say about it. The hell with what I believe in. Let's hear what the word of the Creator say for our people, Benny, today. This is the book of judgment.
Is that good? Is that culture to people, or is that good and evil?
No, this is about the people who follow the Creator and have always followed the Creator.
So that's good. So that's the good.
Listen, Benny, brother, if you find yourself in these words, which you should be able to, right? If this is a spiritual thing and you think you these spiritual people, you should be able to find yourself in the words, right? But let me tell you what the Creator says through true God about our people today. Listen. Other Jews, hear the words of your God, O man. Hear the words of your God, O Israel. Hear the words of your God, O Israel. Do not shut yourself up against the wisdom of your elder brother, God of the heaven and earth, nor magnify the ancients above the present, nor feign and say, your God is gone away to come no more forever. Behold, you have gone forth like a little man to battle against a giant. With your sling, you have smitten him with your one stone, which is the Creator. You were encompassed on all sides by a multiplicity of gods. One by one, you have overcome them and cast them out. The giant of the great beast, the false gods, lies dead and cold at your feet. The nations of the earth cry out, there is only one great spirit, Yahweh. And I declare to you, O Israel, I'm talking to you, O Israel, the voice of the I am is not gone from the earth. Through the seed of the faithless, the followers of the great spirit, the Egoquim, the Algonquins, the in America, the Israel in ancient Africa, the Veda, the Vrishvedi in ancient India, the Hotian in ancient China, through the faithless, I have held up the father's kingdoms, the sons of Moses, the sons of Capelia, the sons of Iwata, through the faithless, I have held up the father's kingdom. By the voice of my beloveds, founded him in all nations of the earth. Your enemy exalted, saying, behold, they are a scattered people. But your God, profited it in your footsteps and in your words of your mouth. There is only one great spirit, Yahweh. And I have provided to you after the manner of your forefathers a place to inhabit, where you shall not no longer pay tribute to the gods of the idolaters, right? And this place, what? Look what it say over here. This is what they don't want to, they always looking over there, but you never worry about what's under your feet. This refers to the who? What? He said, I will give you a place to inhabit, right? See 1258. A place to inhabit where you shall no longer pay tribute to the gods and the idolaters. This refers to the United States. Note the past tense, I have provided. Therefore, this cannot be the modern state of Israel, as some have suggested, since this latter did not come into existence till 1948. Listen, come out of darkness. I'm talking to you, O Israel, directly to you. Come out of darkness. Come out of the darkness of despotism and inherit the wilderness of this land, and it shall bloom like a new paradise before your hand. But because you have accomplished the one ever present, behold, you shall no longer be an exclusive people, but shall allow your sons and daughters to commingle with the other faiths of all races and tribes of men, and you shall forsake the ways of the world and go and live in the manner of your forefathers in communal colonies, without kings, without rulers, serving none but the Great Spirit. And your people, our people, Benny, shall hold all things in common, being neither rich nor poor, master nor servant. You shall call out to the idolaters, to the idolaters, to those with gods and lords and saviors. You shall call out to them, O Israel, saying, come into my house and be one with me. Behold, there is only one creator. And what? You are my brother. And it shall come to pass for you, O Israel, the way of your people shall be open, and they shall be delivered out of the bound kingdoms of the east. They're going to be delivered out of the east. Because what? For 2,000 years. Because for 2,000 years, you have not gone forth with the sword to possess any new country and established yourself. You are glorified before your God. Huh? What are you talking about? Because of your long suffering. You know what they did to our people here? They got us so confused. We the real Aboriginal, yet we call ourselves African Americans. You don't know why you Israel. You know it, but you don't know why. Why? It's because you produce that fruit. But guess what? They produce that same fruit in America. The same force gives life to all. That's Jaja. But because of what they did to us in America, you shall find peace through the light of my kingdoms. Behold, a new cycle. Huh? Have you been feeling it? I'll give you a couple days. What's today? The 15th? What's today's date? 14th, 15th?
13.
13?
Oh, today's the 14th. 14.
You got about 7 days. You ain't felt no energy yet. And then the light really gonna turn up after April 8th. The light really gonna turn up. You ain't seen nothing. But because of your long suffering, brothers and sisters, I'm telling you, you shall find peace through the light of the Creator's kingdoms. Not in no afterworld, not after you die. No, I want my heaven now. I ain't waiting on pie in the sky. They sold that to grandma. I'm straight. Behold, a new cycle is upon the earth. Your people shall find proof of these my words. Out of nowhere comes some dudes, 4 dudes standing on nothing but the Creator with a book that's power. Out of nowhere. Hottest thing in these YouTube streets. They shadow ban me, bro, and can't stop me. Why?
I'm about to lose my phone, bro.
Huh?
I'm about to lose my phone. I got to plug up. And even when I'm plugged up, if I stay on, it cuts off on me. So can I say something in closing for myself today, bro? First, I got to tell you thank you for your teachings and what you're showing the people. But we gotta listen to each other. And when that brother starts bringing up his thing. We gotta realize he's coming. He's like he keeps saying black and African American, and then he says, "Well, I don't make a difference in races." Then why are you saying black and African American? Because we're telling us that by going by this thing is where we're destroying ourselves. You're going by races if you say black and African American, so you're contradicting yourself. But then we say we understand because where you're coming from in the beginning is contradictory, so you must be contradictory in the end. But we aren't on this race thing either, brother. We're not on race at all. That's why we're telling you drop black and African American, because as soon as you say it, you're racist. And then there's no such thing as white people. There's no such thing as black people. None. So why do you keep saying it?
Let me get this to you, Elia, before you go, before I'm gonna let you go. Let me get this to you too. And this for the people, not for you, but this for the people. There's only two type of people in this world. Only two. Only two. Don't matter about your skin. Don't matter about nothing else. It only matter, are you on the ascension? Are you on the incline? Or are you on the declension, the downslide? That's the only two people types there are in this world.
Amen.
Everything else,
Amen.
That's on you. Everything else on you. But are you good? Now you dig what I'm talking about? And that lead right back into what the brother telling you, man. It's these titles. You dig what I'm talking about? You can call yourself something evil so long that you start acting it out. What do let me,
we
let
don't
me
realize
Elia, real quick, build with me real quick. What does the word black mean in law?
Death.
So if you've been called death, the people of death, the blacks, your whole time, is that a sort of like mental dog whistle that could keep a people perpetually in a state of death?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. and if they go watch, there's a movie out there about the development of Hollywood. People need to watch that movie, because we need to realize that as you watch, as they say, these people, they reshape America, and they taught people how to be. Then they taught black people how to be. They showed you how a black man can be successful in this world. So when you and I watch Starsky and Hutch and we see Huggy Bear running up to Starsky and Hutch on the side of his car, he always knows what's going on in the streets. He's always telling them who the movers is. Now look at our brothers and sisters in the streets doing the same thing, living the same way. Hollywood made you a pimp. Hollywood made our sisters less than our sisters. They showed them in the 60s and 70s, blaxploitation, that if you want us to accept you, you're going to be a hoe, you're going to strip. Yeah. And look at it. And then in 87, they came along with NWA and they co-signed it again. We're not looking at everything that makes who black and African Americans are. All this street culture that we claim is ours and this slang usage, actually the Southern so-called master taught you English, and he taught you broken English, so he taught you the slang. So there was this word, we used to be B-boys in the 80s. Well, they had B-girls in the 30s and 40s. They were bar girls who were prostitutes who were there for people's livelihood in the bar to help the bar make money. Now, you and I, B-boys in the 80s, we standing on the block with our feet twisted, we selling drugs, building up another system, but by them locking us up. And then in the 90s, you started using the drugs so you get less time. You a B-boy, you a prostitute, you are the whoremonger outside of the of that temple or that holy place that you were just talking about. We actually did these things because we thought we were black and African American, and it's a sellout culture in black and African American. So we say there is no race like that. There is no black and white. There is only good people, bad people. Pick a side of which one you on. And a WASPE can help you figure that out. No matter how much other people want to deny it, I'm going to keep telling you a WASPE can help you figure it out. And if you are more I'm telling you, Owaspe is a part of your culture. Better get with it.
Better get with it, man. Hey, listen, man. They listen, the Moors, the Moors, I'm gonna tell you one thing about the Moors. I'm gonna tell you, a lot of people don't want to give this to them, man, but they enlightened a lot of people first.
Thank you. Thank you.
I mean, you can say what you want to them now or whatever, you dig what I'm talking about, but when we needed it, in a time that we needed it, niggas can't act like they wasn't now. You can say whatever you want to say, but it ain't real. It ain't real. You dig what I'm talking about? To act like they wasn't there, like they wasn't the people pushing the information forward. You dig what I'm talking about? And many of them were in different orders and different rights and whatever, but they was given the information.
And Ali died. Prophet Noble Drew Ali died in 1929. So after he told us not to call ourselves Black and African American, then you get the Nation of Islam with calling you Black and African. That's a sellout, ain't it? You were told not to, and now you are. Then we get civil rights. All of those things were to make you and I sell out our national standing. So listen to Owaspe and listen to your Bibles. They always talk about nations of people. They don't talk about a group of colored people or white people. They talk about nations, and that's what we are, nations. And this is what we're bringing us back to, a nation of people, not groups and social groups. And y'all need to go in. Our people need to study, man. We won't study. I'm going to keep saying that. We don't study, and that's the flaw.
We got enough information. We just don't study.
Yes, sir. Too much information.
There's comprehension in there, too. You got to get some comprehension in there, too. You dig what I'm talking about what even that you are reading. You dig what I'm saying? So, and if you're not willing to keep it 100 with what you are reading, if you are coming at it from a biased point of view or from a belief standpoint, you dig what I'm talking about? You're not going to be able to perceive everything in the text because you're going to take things that should be taken allegorically, literally. Or
yes,
you're going to think that should be taken literally, allegorically. You see what I'm saying?
Sir.
So
peace and love, brother. I got to cut out of here, brother Benny. This is not a slight to you, brother. I'm not cutting out to get rid. I wish I could hang on here and listen, brother. I appreciate you and your work, brother Benny, because I know that what you are trying to do is elevate our people. That's the bottom line. But I got to cut this phone off before it dies on me. I love y'all. Peace and love. Keep the work going.
Right. That's right. Peace to you, brother L. Yah. Thank you for coming through. You dig what I'm talking about, brother? Yeah. And I just wanted to read some of this. I don't know if you cut out, brother. You dig what I'm talking about? I know you having phone issues, so that ain't but that ain't nothing. You dig what I'm talking about? So I wanted to read some of this to you because they talking directly to our people, Benny. Whether you believe it or not, I'm not asking you to believe it. I'm just asking you to hear me out and then make your mind up, right? You make your mind up on your own, right? Because it says, look, they're talking to our people. My angels will come into the houses of your people, and they shall talk with them face to face. Do not think that this book, do not think, oh, Waspy, is my only revelation in this day. Within your house, O Israel, you shall prepare for the voice of your God. For I will raise up what? What it say, Benny? What it say? What it say? Who's standing here? Talking about nothing but creator. Ain't nothing but us, Benny. Nothing but us. For I will raise up many seers, many prophets, many scientists, many speakers, many thinkers, many doers, and they shall testify to my words on all sides. Do not judge, O Israel, as to who are apostates before your God. I say to you, he who forsakes the Creator and worships Mammon and the ways of the world is an apostate in my eyes. For even though they maintain, listen, because even though you maintain the rites and the ceremonies, they have forsaken the spirit and truth of my commandments. Whereas many, listen, where this is key, whereas many who have forsaken the rites and ceremonies in search of a higher light are more in the way of the Creator, Yahweh. For though they keep the ceremonies, right? For though they keep the rites and ceremonies, do they not drink to drunkenness and eat to gluttony, feasting on flesh from which they have taken life? You had to kill it. It had to be killed to eat it. If you eating flesh, something that breathed, right? And they engage in selling wine and in dealing in stocks like the idolater. While your forefathers were scrupulous, while our forefathers were scrupulous to labor and brought forth out of the earth that which to feed and clothe man. Right? I don't know where I'm at. Where my thing at? And they said, God prospered me, in which they, and they say, right, God prospered me, in which they falsify me and blaspheme the Creator and his kingdoms. I say to you, they are prospered by Satan. And their prosperity is the wages of the bondage in heaven. And because of their wickedness, they have led my people to disbelieve in my justice and the plans of my kingdoms. For which reason, this is why many of y'all don't trust OWASP, right? But yet something inside of you is trying to fight you from reading this. And yet it has a whole chapter in the book to nothing but you. Why, if you already serving the Creator, would he inspire you to fight against this when you've never heard anything about it? Remember, cognitive dissonance is from an evil spirit. Why would you be confused when it's this simple? And because of their wickedness, they have led my people to disbelieve in my justice and the plans of my kingdom, for which reason they are more apostatized in my sight than those who are good, who say there is no God. So for the atheists and all them, he was like, the people who are apostates, you dig what I'm talking about? They worse than the people that say there is no God and still do good. That means you do it naturally. Right? I don't mean you correct, but you doing it more because you want to. You being good because you want to, not because no God is threatening you. He's saying, I'm more in the order of that nigga than one of you niggas is talking about God all day, but drink to gluttonous and glutton don't help nobody, hurt and harm people. You dig what I'm talking about? He said, I'm more in the line of the nigga to say there is no God, but he good. It says, throw open your doors, O Israel, my angels stand at the threshold. These, my words, which I have told to you beforehand, shall be corroborated by hundreds of thousands of witnesses from my heavens. Seek for the resurrection of your soul, O Israel. so Creator may be glorified in you forever and ever. You dig what I'm talking about? I just wanted to share that. You dig what I'm talking about? Because we're not about pushing really the differences in the understanding, right? In today's time, it is more wise, right, to show the similarities in the oneness in the text, because if you notice, the oneness in the text is the highest portions of the text, and that's all about helping and doing something for somebody else and being good to the other man, and all those things are what you should take out of religion, right? That is fulfilling the old commandment. But guess what? We're in a whole new time. We are actually a different type of people. Huh? Whether y'all know it or not, the modus operandi, the walking orders, what is called Orden Othen, or the light from the throne of heaven, which are the walking orders of true God in the Cosmon era, she says she's going to birth a new race. The best of the best of the best peoples is going to be getting together in these times. And if you notice, look at your babies. Especially if you got kids really under 12, right? Let's just say under 12. You can say 14, but under 12, right? They don't give a damn about color. They don't care nothing about what the hell you look like. Do you treat them good? Is you cool? Is you fun? Can we kick it together? That's all they worried about. Watch your babies. They don't give a damn about no racism, none of that. All that stuff they pick up from the environment, from you, anybody else around them. They don't give a damn about no color, man. And we got to be more like the babies in that sense, man. We got to get past this stuff because it don't do nothing but hold us back. It don't benefit us none. It don't benefit us none. How could being racist, biased, and prejudiced ever advance you spiritually? That's oxymoronic. That's retarded. You know good and well being ugly, being racist, being prejudiced, being biased can't do nothing good for your soul. You know that. And if you know that, if you know being a racist, being biased, and being prejudiced can't raise you up spiritually, hit your boy with a vortex in the chat. Share the live, man. You dig what I'm talking about? This is actually 120. This is actually 126. But you know what I mean? As always, man, show some love. Hit the cash out. You dig what I'm talking about? Show your boy some love, man. Thank y'all for supporting all the time and always being here. You dig what I'm talking about? Your boy Cosmon. I'm back in it. You dig what I'm saying? Back in it. So, just okay. You know, it's just that time, man. It's we not in the position for real to be turning down no knowledge. No way. I don't know how smart you think you is, but the more I learn is the more I know. I don't know nothing. Really. It's just more that just opens up the door to more stuff I don't know. Get all the knowledge. They said to be a god, man must master the elements and master all things beneath him. This is how you take a step towards the Godhead, to be comprehensive in all things that are beneath you. It's gonna be all right though, man. We gonna get it together. We're gonna get it together. This is a beautiful time to be born. You know what I mean? This is a crazy time. You know what I mean? I'm old enough to remember how it was, but I've also seen the transition. And, you know, God bless, I just keep living. You did what I'm talking about long enough to see the change really start. The change already started, but I mean, to see like they get my people together, like they do right by our people, man, in this country, man. And until you do right by us, this whole country going to hell in a handbasket, and we gonna raise it up anyway. You gonna raise it right back up. Faith is, and it's gonna be the faithist. Whether you know it or not, before any of that even take place, we already gonna be out of the way. Whatever happens, we won't be affected by it. I don't care if you drop a nuke on America. Where we gonna be, we ain't even gonna be affected by it. You better believe that. Don't worry about what nobody do. Because what you think is going to happen ain't going to happen. How you know, Cosma? I can read the Orakno Ungungala. I can prophesy. Do your God teach you how to prophesy? If not, why not? Get an Owaspi. Huh? They don't like when Cosma talk to him like that, man. Hit me with a vortex in the chat. I don't care. They don't like when Cosma get to talking like this. This is why they shadow ban me. It's okay. It's okay. You know what I mean? But it's going to be all right in the end of the day. But look, we're going to go and get up out of here, man. Your boy been here 5 hours, man. Now, I also want y'all to notice, we don't never let nobody off the, I ain't going to say we. I don't let nobody off the hook. I asked the brother why these whoremongers was out here, outside of the heaven. I just want y'all to know we never got an answer on that. So, you know, want to give praise to the Creator, the all that is, was, and ever shall be, the first, the last, the Alpha, the Omega, the quickener, the mover, the condenser. Need y'all to just breathe in and let that light in. Because I'm Cosma and I'm out.
And oh yeah, put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feel it when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh, it's that Japheth, that Chow Mein, that Papabul, that Tao Mein, since sunset in the arc of Wayne. My brain moving like Tao Sang, so as above, it's so below. That up and that down thing, this flow is atmospherian. I call that a ground game. See, water is knowledge, so if I'm teaching, you're learning. So how your God make a sun without vortexing current? See the pattern is ponic, I'm reaching out for my people. Oh, watch me flow through your speakers, you feel the force of the ether. And when the force hits the equal, I'm taking off like an eagle. Police popped the pastor yesterday for pushing ocean. Perico, my DNA is Moshe. Mix that thing with higher water. My spirit rate is OTN, it's just a higher order. Got more light than Kavita. Rap a lot just like Tila. Went from sinner to saint. Shout out my big homie Sela. Got more torque than a sports car. Got more work than a door star. In the 4 million I make, I'm giving the Dr. Umar, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Super 7 in my rites and ceremonies. I'm married to Jehovah, holy matrimony. Confucius say, in the words of Caillou, before you hit the tomb, be a bridegroom. Only got one question for Miss Susan B. On how to last Ahuin is now a Angui. Blame my inspiration, I'm just thinking thoughts. But in the way of God's, we gon' keep it short. Why Jesus wanna kill me, Matthew 10:34. Just a couple questions that I'm needing to know. Oh, watch me flow, it's so potent. Set the vortex in motion. Super 7, I'm floating across the Aegean Ocean. Oh, you a Muslim now, so I guess you making salat. Well, I'm an Israelite, I'ma make him at the Shabbat. Got Moses on the bumper, super slap off in my spaceship photosphere. So I stay lit, peace and light to the faith is oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you